We're back once again with that of Soul Hunter Academy, episode 21. The screech is kept over as the last group wants to do that of a little recap, that of a little inspiration. Who knows, we might need it. If no one, it's alright. I'll do it myself. Give myself inspiration.
What does DM inspiration imply?
What do you think it
He
is?
gets to give it to the enemies.
I'm just saying. I'll take it. No problem.
I can't remember our actual starting point. I know what happened between.
Your starting point was literally like that of the puzzle room, basically.
Oh, we were just leaving. We were leaving the cave, right? Like it started.
The puzzle room.
Puzzle room. Okay. All right. So during our last session, we completed the giant / beholder cave.
Oh my god!
We found their mystical wand they were looking for after completing a day and night puzzle. We then somehow, we went up to the entrance and somehow talked our way out of having to give up the very item they were seeking through some expert, bullshittery.
Negotiations.
Yeah, there
That's
you go.
correct.
We then set out back onto the trail back to the dorms or the school, and on the way I learned a valuable life lesson and increased my power a little bit. It's pretty much everything.
The school flies now. Don't forget about that.
I was gonna say that was the big ending point. Was now, which we can still have the inspiration, but the school at the very end of last episode was revealed to pretty much after you guys had helped bring the supplies back like you were supposed to, and you did. But instead of using it to bring back the ship per se, they decided it would have been a smarter way to just use it to essentially elevate your guys' selves from the ground. I'd probably say it's like super high up, but you're not like reaching like terrible air or nothing. So I'd say like 500 feet up is the whole island. Outside of that, I was going to say that you guys had some off duties to complete as a half of a year pretty much went by. And during this half year, and I say half year, I think I said more so 5 months. Yeah, about basically like 5 months. It's between like 5 to 6, but you're gonna more so say 5. So pretty much half a year. And during this half a year, you guys had some off duties to do. Anybody that didn't do them, feel free to step up and go ahead and start doing them now. But what I really wanted to get into, more so than anything, was that of the enemies, allies that you guys have made. Because this part, I wanted to kind of give away to you guys, because I want to know, in your words, how do you think you made your friends, and how do you think you made your enemies? So, I think first and foremost, we are You can see everybody here on that of the map here, including that of the teachers, including that of on the left the silver roses, on the right the natural talents on the bottom. We have the Dark Hour Knights. With that being said, we're gonna go in a little order as I kind of see here. And on my screen, I have the Shaka up here first.
All right.
Looks strong.
So as far as enemies, Devin is just a natural enemy. Everybody hates Devin. She hates Devin. It happens. Julius is she's kind of held a grudge against him ever since shoot, Cassius, what was your character name?
Cassius.
Oh,
Cassius.
yeah, there we go. Ever since Cassius died, she's kind of blamed the other bird at the school, just by association. As for allies, she made a fairly likely ally in Slithers, who is very strong and quiet, which are two aspects that she respects deeply. And she finds him a great training partner. She made a
Keep going.
She made a slightly unlikely ally in the form of Beatrice Cinders, who, despite not knowing too much about her, she assisted Ashaka through the mandatory mathematics class, which was very, very needed.
So I'm gonna need you to write this down if you want, because I'm only gonna tell you this once. So the two enemies you made, Devin and Julius.
Yes.
I'm gonna say you don't really know too much about them outside of, Devin does that of some magics and sorcery, maybe. Julius being more of basically kind of held back, more so bird-like person. Kind of in goes and infers that they are more so of a monk. Now, the allies you made, because you've made them, and when I say allies, you can call them allies, call them comrades, or you can call them friends. It's pretty much however you think that relationship is going to go between y'all. However, what you find out is Slithers, which you might have not actually known about him, especially going from his picture. He is that of a...
Samurai rogue.
Here he goes. He is not a rogue at all. He is purely a fighter who has trained basically at that of the sword for a long while, you could say. And in knowing that, you will also find out that Slithers is able to control his longsword in specific from a distance. And Beatrice, and now that you've made that of, tried to make that of an ally / friends of Beatrice Cinders, make sure this is... Yep. So, here's the funny thing. Now that you finally found out Beatrice Cinders and that you've become allies with her, you found out two things. One, she is a very quiet, kept to herself person, but she's very observant. And with that observancy comes the second thing that you find out. She is, I don't know if you guys are understanding what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it like this. The equivalent to Deckard Cain of this game. What I'm telling you is that she is, she will pretty much identify almost anything.
Well, that's useful.
Continuing on, Ashaka, was there any off duties that you were doing in specific that you didn't get to do?
Yes. My downtime activities. All right. Ashaka trained hard and will hopefully make this role. What is it? It's minus the modifier.
Yes. Instead of adding the modifier, it's minusing the modifier. Oh no. It's alright.
Well, that sucks. All right. And she studied, weirdly enough. Wow. Not too well, apparently. And she worked on her intimidation tactics with some training dummies.
I'm sorry, what'd you just say?
She worked on her intimidation tactics, so I'm going to go for the proficiency.
She tried studying, she tried training, and
Now she's trying for intimidation. Roll that. Dice. Ah,
Or that should be minus 3. Dang it!
it was on the 22.
hey, don't. It's
That's
all
right.
right.
Oh,
You'll
well,
have other
sheesh.
chances, but you got your. I think that was the 3. The 3 I said.
Yep, that was the 3. Also, her favorite teacher or professor would be Dustin Greyhound if he wasn't already, not a choice, because he's the fighting guy.
I'll let you guys.
She fights.
I'll let you guys know 2 things. I'll let you guys know in general. Dustin Greyhound. I'm not really gonna give too much extra information on him. He's kind of like. There's no easy example outside of the Aizawa of you guys, where he just kind of would rather sleep or not deal with you guys.
Yeah.
But he still does, because under all that, he still cares.
Tell.
You could tell he cares. You could tell he actually does somewhat like you guys, but it's not like you'll ever really be able to see it. That and his wounds
Could
did
tell.
heal up. Outside of that, though, I'm not really going to get too much into Destin, because he's going to be on there for all of you guys in general, because he's your guys' is basically teacher. So who is your other favorite teacher then?
Keat Navori, who is able to show Ashaka exactly how to best utilize her soul ability.
All right. With Keat Navori, you are able to find out 2 things here. One, she's kind of young, you feel like, and it's almost weird, because every time you talk with her, you're like, you can tell it's another girl, right? But they don't really act like it. They act more mature, like in a multitude of ways. Like the choices that they make, the way that they act, it all feels all reserved. And sometimes it almost feels like you're just talking to that of a, how do I put it? A person who's empty, yet still thriving for knowledge. The other thing you find out...
The soul teacher is soulless.
The other thing you find out... She has a multitude of tattoos on her body that appear to glow. And the only times you really see them glow would be... which you probably would have seen maybe once or twice at least, would be when she's basically getting into combative purposes, or basically more physical straining things.
Magical tattoos.
that being said, I believe there's still hold up. There's still a couple. I think it's more so just 1, 2, 3 things left here.
Oh yeah, you have to choose the focus thing
Yeah, the focus. I think
between
that's it.
yeah.
Oh boy, I didn't see that. What is that?
Identify monster anatomy easier, train or study twice, vehicle proficiency, and soul fix the ability to fix your weaver.
Don't those three go together? Isn't it the proficiency and the soul labor thing?
What?
Yeah, it's vehicle proficiency and fixing soul weaver seems to be one of the options. Copy it.
See where you're looking.
I just
at it.
needed to make sure because otherwise my stuff was wrong.
Yeah, choose one.
Ah, yes, that is what it was. Yep. Did you figure out which one that you wanted to do, Ashaka?
So I can just like study or train twice, or at least attempt to,
Train / study.
like 2 more times.
Basically, you could train and study, train, study. Yeah. Over.
All right.
And that's just like overdoing the other one, so that's up to you. Reminder, you did get an inspiration, so maybe use it.
Hmm.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
I'll let you use the
Yeah,
inspiration.
I'm gonna use
still.
my inspiration on this one.
Yeah, because you were rolling it while I
Well,
was
it's
saying
the
it.
inspirations. No, it's for the inspiration. You've listed that it's as advantage, like it's advantage for it. So
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that.
Mhm. You can use it on
would
this
use
one.
it before, because that's how inspiration works. But I'm saying I'm saying go ahead and use it if you want. In this instance.
I'm gonna use it for the second one.
Okay.
And it was necessary. Let's go. Finally, I got one.
Finally.
What's this one?
Yeah, I did not mean to roll that.
What's what's the 16 for?
Strength.
Strength? I will be adding this to you here in a second, but I think that concludes everything for you. So I'm going to go on to the next person here. I know, Amp, I'm pretty sure we went through like a good few things already, but I do need you. I do need to know. Was there any off duties that you didn't do, or if you wanted to re-go over what you did real quick?
I will spend all through. Well, actually, I'll train, try to get my wisdom up, which is.
Oh yeah, it was Liv who did his stuff. Okay.
No, I did it wrong.
You
How do I
forgot
do
the
that?
/R.
Right.
That does.
Ooh.
Get my wisdom up. And then can I train again, or is that just once per?
That's you only get once per, because that's the normal off duty outside of, unless you get the train study twice thing.
All right. Then I'm just gonna search. I'm gonna scavenge.
Scavenger. Let's get another pickle.
Mm-hmm.
What strange things will the druid find this time?
Mm-hmm. I know that's
Is it another
but
pickle?
it's some normal item or roll of the drug table for that one.
Drug table. Drug table.
I'm so excited about having the 17. You have no idea. I get to take a feat next time. if I want.
It's a mundane item of my choice, within reason, or 1d8 on the drug table.
Ooh.
I want to know what the drug table is.
Yeah, what is the drug table?
No clue. We're about to
I
find
want
out.
to know what the drug table
Or
is.
you get Adderall.
You get steroids.
Listen, someone on campus has to be using. That's all I'm saying. We just found their stash.
I'm trying to figure out their shopping. Anybody.
This is like how I don't think anyone's done Sir Barnabas Cluck stuff. It's a mandatory class, but like no one's training with him.
Third downtime activity.
Catching up here a little bit.
What else? Can I do a search again?
I think you can only do each downtime activity once.
That's what I was told. Even if you do like a different thing, I was told that we can't do it twice because I wanted to train with 2 professors.
I can't believe I've gone through 2 downtimes and none of my actual downtime activities have gotten decent rolls.
Yeah, that's why I do different things. Hey, but I'm gonna dip my toes in the water this time, do some rolling of dice.
Ooh, exciting.
I'm gonna get a private lesson from Barnabas Cluck.
No,
Ooh.
I said no one was gonna do it, and you
Listen,
did
I'm
it.
just a sucker for stat.
Although that does bring up the question: what is your soul weave? Because I don't think
I don't have one.
You aren't a student.
He just he literally becomes a transformer. Like he just turns into a car.
I mean, isn't he already a transformer? He just transforms into beasts.
Yeah, it's
no,
the dinos on it. These are dinos on it.
I'm talking like a Prius or something, you know?
Fucking cars in medieval D&D. Honestly, I've done it before. It's fun.
I really hope this didn't do it with everybody. It's a shocker. This stuff got messed up, so now I had to reboot.
Oh boy. What did I do?
Oh boy. I don't think it was you. I think it was Foundry. Ashaka, you leveled up your skills and Foundry was like, no, this is not allowed.
I only leveled up one thing. One.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get to what I'm gonna do when I get to what I'm gonna do, but if it works out, then yay.
Alright, so okay, now I'm gonna do this a little bit faster because yours is actually better. I don't know why. So you're getting what amp? Wisdom?
Yeah, 1 to my wisdom. Rolling on the drug table, and getting private lessons from Barnabas Cluck.
What if you get private lessons and then he's not your favorite teacher?
Oh, he's not.
Oh.
The
Alright.
private lesson for this camp.
roll a-
Barnabas on the position.
Roll a d8 on the. Just roll a d8. You're basically rolling on the drug table, and
Yep.
Yeah, he rolled a 3 for the drug table.
alright.
We gotta know what these drugs are.
So while I'm getting that, you said Barnabas Luck, my boy Barnabas. Barnabas is. Well, before I say that, again, I will remind you all, basically half a year is still somewhat going by, so it's kind of, you can split it up somewhat how you want. I will tell you, you guys are going to be getting a lot of cram studying during most of the time. However, what are you doing? What are you trying to do with Barnabas?
It seems like he's an inventor of some sorts with his mechanical cock. He does. Hey, do you see his shoulder? He has a chicken on his shoulder. Anyway,
I like how
I want to learn.
I like how to me on Discord, he's just a hen.
I am just a head. Anyway,
Oz.
seems like he tinkers and builds stuff. I want to get lessons on how to do that, so I could possibly tinker on myself if I'm a robot.
I don't like how that sounded at all.
I mean, there is someone whose entire job is crafting and enchanting. But yeah,
Roll me.
he does seem like an inventor with that mechanical chicken.
Roll me a d4 now.
D4.
4. Yeah, 4.
All right. I don't specifically have it on Foundry, so I'm gonna post it to you. You have basically you basically have 4 of these. They're not like reusable. I know I'm calling them charges, but that's just how many you have. Like if you were to use it.
Consumables. Yeah.
With that, with talking to Barnabas, Cluck, and trying to basically see if there's anything potential you could do for that of any bit of basically your own bodywork. I will tell you that because this is kind of somewhat, I see the direction you're wanting to go as well. He will be able to help you and teach you potentially to change out some parts on yourself. The only issue is with all the black liquid coming out, it makes it kind of difficult at first. But with that being said, this is basically going to be not like this is like a different long-term project, so it's more of a side project, but this will be something that you guys will be working on. So this will be counting time towards that, as well as giving me time to think a little bit more on it. But he definitely can help you with it.
Cool. All right. Let's start off with my enemies.
All right.
Kenny Frito is my enemy. Little fairy guy. I don't like him.
Kenny Frito.
He's small.
He's small.
Good reason.
He looks like a prankster too. I bet you he pranked me at one point, and I don't like him anymore.
What you think? You say he pranked you? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he pranked me. Yeah, he pranked me, and I don't like him anymore.
How'd he do it?
Okay, so
Because you're so open to knowledge, you just believed something he said.
Yeah, no, he put a tripwire in the hallway, and I tripped the tripwire, and a pie came down from the ceiling and slapped me in my face. I got pie-faced.
It probably would have been like 3 pies, but yeah.
Yeah, and then Bond's an enemy. He looks like a bully. I don't like bullies. He bullies people.
Which one is Bond again? Oh, him.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about this. So with the enemies, you're gonna definitely know less about, kind of, which you can already see where I'm kind of going for. But for the bit that you do know, that of Kenny Frito, he well, you kind of like somewhat gave it to him, but he already somewhat had it. He's a bit of a trickster himself, and some of the rumors that you've been hearing about him have been things such as him being some kind of royalty. You're not quite sure what kind of royalty, but you do know at least these rumors are somewhat consistent.
Hmm.
Though I will say he does emanate kind of a powerful magical essence of sorts. So you can already tell he's pretty much magical, not really much to say about that. But then with that of the other one, Bon, he definitely kind of like slinks out of stuff like there's no real thing of me saying that he's a rogue without saying he's a rogue, but outside of that it's kind of just like the point, how to put it, the point I'm getting at is he's the type of person that tries to skip school. He tries to skip the classes and only attends the ones he wants to attend. And the thing that's weird about it, you know what, give me a perception roll to see if you would have heard this rumor.
All right.
You would have heard about one or two rumors to be that of Bon here is as I was saying before, he skips classes, he doesn't really care about them, yet somehow still gets perfect scores.
Bribes! He's bribing them.
And who are your allies?
And number one, Rukier Sunderstone. With him being a a little technologically inclined, he was interested in my robotic things, and we kicked it off.
Fantastic.
And then the second one is Heather Limelight. With me being able to turn into monsters and her being a someone who hunts monsters, we train together.
So, between you and Rukia, Rukia probably would have been taken potentially some of the same classes as you would have been taken. I'm gonna explain how some classes, other things, are gonna work later. Of some of the same like classes, and kind of had a similar kind of thought process going on when you guys maybe had to work on a project together or something. But as you had talked to him, found out a little bit about him, you found out he's kind of like a chill guy, almost kind of like weirdly so, because you would think for like someone who basically draws a lot as well as crafting various objects a lot of the time, he would be a little bit more in his own world, but it's almost like he always wants to be outside of that world, like he always wants to be conversating, and he makes a lot of bad puns. The cool thing though is that he kind of tells you how his soul ability works, because he doesn't really care, because how it works is the tattoos that he draws on himself, he brings to life.
Oh.
Going to that of Heather Limelight.
Wait, are they like deep? Are they like deep ink tattoos, or is it like he's like a charcoal pen or something?
They're kind of like both. So like once like the drawing comes off, it'll leave like a really red spot.
So he's just getting laser removal every time he does it.
and you said you trained with Heather Limelight, you actually probably found Heather kind of already training by herself at one point during one of the months, maybe a month or two, maybe three in, as after a little bit of seeing how she does her techniques and whatnot, maybe you come in, you might try to say something, maybe you guys have a little bit of a back and forth, as she might have not expected you there. Maybe you guys had a bit of a conversation a little bit more into how the fighting works, or maybe just how you should maneuver yourself. But the things that you find out with training with her, and her somewhat acknowledging you, especially because you're a very good target for her. And I say that because you find out her soul ability. I'll actually just post this one. But her soul ability basically gives her advantage against creatures that are bigger than her, that are not human. So when I say a good target for her, I mean that of all the basically monstrosities that you can turn into. The other thing that you will find out is that she's looking for something. She doesn't talk about it much, so not a lot of people know. But at one point, she probably would have opened up to you and talking to you a little bit that she's looking for her sister. But at the very moment, there's nothing she can do, as she's not powerful enough to go out on her lonesome specifically. So that's why she's been going to school here.
All right. And then my favorite teacher is a tentacle guy, vice principal.
I state
The
the
astronomy
obvious.
teacher.
That's of the astronomy teacher, the astronomy, astrology, however you want to pronounce it. In either case of the form, you will find
And the
out.
reason why we would,
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
the reason why we would be chill, we'd be chill because, well, honestly, I don't really care about astrology, but I'm more interested in aberrations and what he is and the things he knows about them.
So, give me any of your charisma skill checks. Any one of them you want.
Intimidation.
I intimidate the teacher into giving me things better to learn.
I think they're pretty
Intimidate the
much all
teacher
of
into
that.
liking me.
Really good. Nothing. I'll just do persuasion. Yeah. About as useful as I thought that'd be.
Okay, so you aren't really able to find out more about him in specific, as every time you try to really talk to him, you notice that he's quite literally always busy, always going around, always doing something. The school's been busy. He's been kept busy, especially because, once again, no principal. The thing is that the little bit of time that you do get to potentially spend and talk with him, you do find out that he is pretty much like one of like an aberration lord of sorts. Not like specifically the highest up there, but pretty high up there. And he used to be a part of somewhat of a collected mind. And with the help of the principal who's gone, that of Principal Leon, he actually freed him from that and showed him the right way.
Mind flayers be like that.
I think that is it.
Did you choose one of the options?
Yeah. I will take the more accurate identifying on monsters.
Write that down for yourself
Is that
now, because I forgot to add that on Foundry. But all right. With that being said, we'll go to the next person here, which on here, which oh no, I've been forgetting to capture this. Oh yeah, with that,
Have you been recording the wrong screen the entire time?
No, I just had it on.
Corona?
Wait,
All right.
yeah, Corona, you're up next.
So, Corona would become friends with Collins. He's a cool guy. She vibes with him. And then also, Rookie A, Sunderstone as well. I think originally she became friends with him because she saw his ability in the fight that Devin had made, where he could summon those dragons, and
They were,
she wanted to get more knowledge about that. Yeah, the wormlings that he had, so she wanted to learn more about that and how his summoning worked. So she became friends with him because of how his soul ability really seemed to just kind of vibe. And then Colin, she just vibes with. He's a cool guy.
So I'm gonna go through this first. Rukia, you're pretty much gonna get the same information. I don't know if you're listening earlier, but you pretty much are gonna get somewhat the same information that I gave Amp, as Rukia is kind of very open to talking to people all the time. The way that his soul ability works for him to basically draw on himself, and the reason why that's important for kind of to know, I guess, on him would be because that's saying that he needs to prep the artwork on himself before going into a battle if he had to. But he can prep it a long time. So it's fine.
Collins.
Give me a perception check.
Sure. Perception. I might have to reload because my internet is. Nope, I don't. Cool.
That's probably. I'm trying.
There we go.
The 16, you are able to tell. It's almost as if he has very smaller drawings on him over his body in general, almost representing that of armor of sorts.
Huh.
Though,
Cool.
if you at all ask about that, he doesn't really go into it. That being said, Collins. How do you try to make friends with Collins?
I think Collins is to Corona. He's kind of a weird, kind of nerdy, but also really into his devotion to helping people. And she saw that when he transformed into whatever that boss transformation was at the fight that he doesn't remember. So I think it's more of bonding over their bonding over their collective. Corona wants to help people, Collins wants to help people, although Corona wants to redeem rules while Collins wants to keep people alive. But it's the little common threads that they have together is what brings them together.
By the way, this is for me to also just put out there because I know relationships are a thing. I am not going to go into it like that unless I have a specific thing for a character. I only say that because if any of your characters have a specific fling or anything that you want to try with the other characters like that, that's all on you. You have to tell me. I'm not going to incite that.
Nah, this is just friends.
I assume it's just friends, but I'm just saying it for anybody. I forgot to mention it before.
Just happens to mention it when I say these things.
Yeah, because I just remembered.
Is Destin Greyhound on the table?
I don't
Just
think he's taken.
puts a giant flag on the table.
Anyways, where in specific did you do this?
Probably like the dorms, or if they meet up in the Coliseum or during Soul Weaver training, like the areas where I feel like they would meet and have this conversation. Like maybe they have like their fight. Like maybe she challenges him to a duel or something just to see how their strengths are.
You think you guys meet like weekly?
Sure.
I mean, that's. I'm just asking you if you think.
I feel like at least monthly, but
No, I'm saying because
since we literally live in the same dorms, then yeah.
Yeah.
Like weekly or every other week.
So if you do weekly or every other week, you will be able to find out a bit more about them. That's why I was trying to figure out how much exactly.
Yeah.
Give me any charisma roll you want, and then I also need an insight.
All right, cool. So I don't want. Hey, charisma based roll. Where is it? Where's the thing that I can do? There it is.
I use my channel divinity.
Where's my persuasion? 5.
So I don't care if you want to use it, but what, like, you gotta explain to me the thought process. You're like, every time I meet this guy, I gotta channel divinity myself up.
I don't. Hey man, you told me to make a check, so
I'm just asking.
I just wanted to use it.
I want to know if you want to use it. I'm not gonna stop you, but let me know how you're using it. I want to know.
I don't know, man. She's just hyping herself up, I guess, being like, well, this is good friend, cool friend. We both have like the same sort of what's it called? Oaths, even though they're slightly different. So she's just trying to make herself look good, I guess.
Isn't Collins just a fighter?
I
don't think
he might just be a fighter, but like he seems to have like that paladin inside of him.
He's a fighter, but he's a knight.
And there's my bad wisdom check or insight.
They sure understand?
Oh, muted themselves.
Yeah, sorry, people started yelling here. But can we just take a minute to acknowledge, like, you say you're just friends, but everything about what you just said might imply otherwise.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I made myself.
I'm trying to come up with a reason on the fly why I use this.
Yeah,
I don't need to use it. I'm probably.
You're like, I
Yeah.
gotta impress this guy.
I was just.
Yeah,
You told me
I
to make a
got
check, so I was
started.
like, you know what? I'm gonna add it on, and then you'd maybe force a reason onto it. So no, if it's just friends, then I won't use it. But it's like,
Well,
I just wanted to use it because I don't get to use it.
I'll just say realistically.
I don't know,
like,
man.
I don't mind.
I
I'm
just kind of do these things. I didn't think about the character stuff. I was just like, I wanted to use the ability. All right.
Well, I think
I don't
either
get to use it
way-
often.
I think either way, with the 5 or without it, you would have passed it. So you're good. In either case, you, with the persuasion check, persuasion check that you got, talking with him, you were able to find out. You're able to find out very quickly that he does not like know like what happens essentially whenever he goes out of it. He essentially blacks out, and whenever he awakes, he usually awakes like in that of a bed or maybe a traveling. And the reason why I say this is because if you remember the first time that you guys, or I say first time that Collins was in that of a battle, he had transformed into something quite, how do I put it, like a bit bigger bulk. They looked like they were more experienced, like a battle stance ready, and yet still looked like it could have been Collins, but you're not quite sure because of the nightcap at the time. But talking with him, you do find out that he himself is not quite sure what really happens outside of when he does so, he pretty much calls upon himself is what he tells you.
Makes sense.
With the insight check, you aren't really able to tell like if what he's telling you is the truth, but you also aren't really able to tell if what he's telling you is more of like maybe a lie to cover up his actual power, how it works. But at the very moment, from what you can tell and gather, he's got nothing to lie about. He's actually pretty scared almost all the time. Pretty frightened. Which makes it even weirder, the fact
Honestly?
that he's essentially that of basically captain of his squad.
Hmm.
Or captain.
I mean,
of-
being afraid all the
what's
time isn't
what's the
necessarily a
class
bad thing.
leader? What's the student leader of the class?
I don't know. Alumni? No.
No. Rep? Is it representative?
Sure.
Class rep. There you go.
There we go.
Essentially that of the class rep, which most people would have, especially at this point. Not really hard to tell, especially because I put them all in front. Devin, Collins, Morgana, all of those three are the class reps of
Glacier and the Rat are ours.
It's
Glacier
crazy
and the
how you
Rat
said
are
and
ours.
the Rat. Either way,
I mean, what are we without the Rat?
Rat. That does conclude
Yeah,
what I would tell you about Collins.
With the enemies, Devin Money. Devin is a high-class posh, and Corona is a small-town country girl. So, definitely don't get along. And then the other person was Morgana. I don't even know how to say her last name.
Leader. It's
Yes, that.
Leader. Yeah.
Ulier.
Leader.
Honestly, I think it's more because she has a similar vibe to Destin. Like, she's all about herself and how tough and powerful she is when she hasn't really proven herself in any way. She's like trying to give up the vibe that she's strong when she hasn't been able to prove her words.
So I can't really say too much about Devin outside of what you would already know.
Yep.
You kind of pretty much have it to where even with you still being, well, basically that being of his memory being essentially wiped, as well as a lot of other people, of you guys even existing in the first place, it's almost a weird newfound hatred. Like, he doesn't, like, even he probably doesn't know specifically why, but he can tell that you dislike him, and he definitely dislikes you, almost as if he scoffs every time he sees you, and he doesn't know why himself.
Makes sense.
I will say though, he is that of still being that of his status, and like his status not just being of that of a noble, but being that of like an almost militaristic like noble. You can tell he has a lot of strategies and battle plans, as well as keeping up with that of a lot of his book work, as well as additional book work. I will leave that. There.
Okay. And Morgana?
Morgana is a little bit of a weird one to hate, but it's also like whatever you want to hate is your choice. But I say it's a weird one to hate because she's specifically the girl, like, you know, the high school girl that everybody likes. This is her. That's
specifically why I hate her. That's specifically why I hate her.
Like, she'll basically
I gotta be different, man.
She's basically almost like an angel to most people. Like, oh, you dropped your school books, let me help you. Oh, do you need any help with that? Here, I'll help you. Like, she's essentially
She's too nice to the point where
she's really nice.
to the point where it seems fake.
But
It's fake.
she's actually not even, but like she's really nice and kind of really outgoing in general. And you having whatever your reasons may be, she even tries to offer friendship to you.
I don't know why, but
Oh, that's so sad.
yeah.
He just wants to be friends.
Well, maybe if she could prove herself and not to go against her words. Favorite teacher? I was thinking about this for a while. At first, I was thinking maybe Shibi, but then I was like, I haven't really like Corona. Like, she would be interested in her classes because of the cool animals and stuff, but it's not like Corona has any ability to do much in that class. And the teacher she's had the most knowledge learned from would be I think Keat Navori. She's been really helpful with the meditation stuff, helping Corona get her thoughts together with not only her soul ability, but also coming to the idea of this could technically be counted as necromancy, and that's fine.
I'm glad you spoke up, because now it's finally time. You've been talking with this teacher for quite a long time, as well as everything that you've needed up until now. Saying that in advance, I'm giving you somewhat of a choice, as more so when I say I, that is that of Keat Navori, who sees you struggle with yourself on the inside, and makes you take a look deeper down. So she asks you. She doesn't even ask you. I should say it like this. She asks you who you are, and you may not be able to answer that for a very long time. But what you are able to do is you are able to choose. As you feel a strong disconnection in yourself, you must choose a path. I will not tell you what they are, but I will give you the names. There is the path of true justice, or the path of the living dead. You do not have to decide that right now. You can hold on to it as much as you want. I'm just saying.
Can you say those one more time? Path of true justice and path of living death?
Yes.
Path of living death. Cool. I just put those down so that I remember those later.
Yeah, like I said, you don't gotta pick those right now, but that was the point I wanted to put out. So the time you put in with Keat Navori has been very useful. Therefore, I'm not gonna get into Keat Navori any bit more because you got that from earlier, I believe.
Yep, that was the private lessons plus me choosing her as my favorite teacher. I assume is what that was.
Well, I mean, yes, but I'm saying any information you would have got about Keaton of Glory, I said earlier, if you got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
yeah, what else?
For my choice between the three, Frona is getting more into that necromancy vibe, but also has come to the understanding that she needs to understand and have knowledge about the creature she fights so that she doesn't absorb the ability of something that is really bad to have the ability of. So she's chosen to go more in depth with her monster anatomy knowledge.
Okay. Once again, you're gonna write that down for yourself. As I said, I don't have it on
And then,
specifically, but just have it right there for you.
For my downtime activities, the first one I'm gonna do is to study, and I'm gonna be try to get my charisma up. Hey. I believe that succeeds, right?
Yep.
So my charisma goes up to a 20. The second thing I'm gonna do is the private lessons, but I assume that's what I just did, is get that choice. And that's what the private lessons were.
That would have been one of them, yep.
And then the third thing I want to do, I think I still don't think I have enough materials to really start crafting anything of importance. So I'm gonna do training to try to get my constitution up. And I fail.
It's all right. Everyone's gonna have some fails somewhere. I think that's everything for you.
I believe so. I did my friends, enemies, teacher, the choice, and the downtime.
Yep. Fantastic. Especially because now we get to that glacier. As we definitely got a few things for you that I need to get through, but I want to hear firstly what you're doing. What do you want to go through first?
Do you have anywhere you want me to start in particular?
No, but the last thing that you should do should be the downtime is my suggestion.
The last thing should be the downside. Okay. So to go ahead and start with her friends, let's say. Glacier would have been trying to bond with Olgar after the marathon, you know. He's basically the only person that she ever talked to outside of the party. As well as Devin, since Devin, you know, has money and she needs money. That's one of the big things that keeps her from being able to go into her career field.
We'll leave it right there. How do you make friends with each we'll do one at a time. How do you make friends with Olgar or with
With Devin specifically, you've already told someone else when they picked him as an enemy that he was a rather studious individual. But you've also made note to me that he's not one of the best performers. So Glacier probably would have tried to talk to him about school things and go from there. After all, that's the perfect segue into what she needs.
Is there any possible way you can do rolls, or do we need to do that for you?
You would have to do it for me, but I know most of my modifiers.
Okay. I was gonna ask for you. Also, open up the character sheet here. I was gonna ask for you to make me like I told the other people, one of your charisma skills.
Glacier should have persuasion expertise, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be an easy choice.
Yeah, you do.
We'll go with persuasion. And because she has proficiency, if she fails, she can use the psionic energy dice to not do that. Maybe.
No, you're fine. With that though, you got a 16 without any side die usage, which I don't know specifically how you would use it like that in this situation, but I know what you're trying to go for. Either way, Devin, you will find out. Actually, well, basically after you talk with him a little bit, he does seem still a bit annoyed, but he becomes less and less annoyed as you bother him a bit more and more. And the reason why is because you actually talk with him just quite normal, more so like unlike the rest of your group, who usually seems to be more aggressive for some reason, or more in the disliking opposition of Devin. But he talks with you, and he both tactfully, I can't say it, tactfully and basically knowing, like, you both kind of understand if you guys aren't going to talk about each other's teams, but you will you will talk about, like, you know, you'll still like talk to each other, especially about certain things. You'll find out that he loves what's it called, dragon chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves dragon chess, especially as it's a game of intellect. You will find out many different things about his basically whole philosophy on life, which I will end it on or I'll end it for him here on the philosophy of life. He believes it's the person in charge should basically the person in charge is the most important. And I say that because he's trying to pretty much be in charge all the time. For Olgar, how do you think you met, or how do you think you made friends with him?
Olgar didn't seem overly intelligent during the race. He really struggled with the concept of telepathy and everything. Would we have classes with them, or are we still doing classes on our own like we were in the beginning?
No. So I'm gonna explain that here shortly more, but just so you understand, the classes are going to be more now, kind of more free flow how you guys want to have classes. I'm basically only gonna bring up certain classes as I feel like I'm gonna need, but you guys pretty much choose your own classes.
Gotcha. Glacier probably would have stopped him after some form of class, probably one of the more intelligence-based ones, and talked to him about, you know, if he needs help, and maybe working on helping him cheat a little bit using psionic whispers, as long as he seems like he wouldn't end up ratting her out for it.
Wait, so you're trying to talk to him in his head again?
No, not initially, but she would go talk to him about the idea, you know, hey, I see you need help here. We could work on it, or I have, I have options.
Okay, give me just a quick second to check something. So I'm just gonna tell you the stat, but you will understand what I say when I say it. You will find out, especially with any class that he would be failing, if it were any class he would technically be failing, it would be anything that would require wisdom, as he is not really good with retaining things. He is overall a little bit of a clumsy person in personality, less less about like actual being clumsy, but more personality-wise clumsy. And on top of that, you will find out that he himself is a capable fighter, but with that of some capable magic himself. But more of like battle-ready magic than anything. So that link that you did with him, he's never experienced something like that.
Interesting. Just completely out of character. Would you happen to describe it as a cyanide fighter?
What?
Would you happen to describe him as a cyanide fighter?
I'll just tell you, it's Eldritch Knight.
Interesting.
Alright, anyways, that's it for your allies. I don't think that was you said you did your enemies, I think?
Yep. Enemy is a bit of a strong word, but Morgana and Maggie. You said they were the top 2 students in the class. And, you know, Glacier wants that valedictorian. He is the prep.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second. Who is the enemies?
Morgana and Magna.
Alright, give me just a quick second.
Yep.
Two people are enemies with the with the popular girl who wants to be friends with everyone.
Enemy is a strong word, like I said. Academic rival.
It took like I knew I wanted I knew I was okay with Devin being listed as an enemy, but I was like, I don't really care enough about anyone else for them to be listed as like an enemy.
Enemy, you know, we can be competing
I'm
and
sorry,
not
back.
hate each other.
Okay, so with Morgana, I think it would be the same kind of deal for you, but you know what, Glacier, you can get a insight. We're gonna give you an insight roll.
All right. I don't remember what I had for that, but I believe it's sufficient.
You got a 22. It's fine.
Here.
With that 22, you are able to find out something about Morgana. As I don't know if you got my explanation about her pretty much earlier, with her being nice and overall to everybody. The thing is, at some point, you accidentally, like, it could have been you, could have been the rat, but you accidentally basically like bumped into her and bumped into like specifically her hair, probably like knocking off a couple of strands of hair, and you could tell instantly, almost as if you felt like your life was in danger, as if she looked at you for 10 seconds, as she was like, it's okay, as you could tell the fake smile, she's trying to keep herself together all at once, as if you have just committed probably 10 sins at once. And in doing so, you will find out little bit later, which you'll probably just get it from insinuation, that pretty much you start to get little bits of like, not, I don't know how to put it, little like tricks happening to you. Not like super far out there, but like graffiti, whether it was on a bed. I would say a locker, but you don't really have a locker in specific like that. But including into that of something that I'm going to talk about here soon. We're still coming up on it, but I'm going to get back to that. But for that purposes, I'm going to leave that link, as you pretty much can understand what I'm telling you here from Morgana. You pissed her off. And she holds a grudge. And for the smallest things too. But even then, we go on to the next enemy, to be that of Magna. Magna, why is he your enemy?
Like I said, I just picked the two people that you said would be the top students in the class out of all the teams. So, enemy might be a bit of a strong word, just like hate would be a strong word, but there's always academic. There's always going to, Glacier is always going to want to be the top in class, no matter what happens. It could have been as simple as outscoring on one test, or if there's a class rank that goes public, Glacier wasn't number one.
You will find out in basically like any type of martial arts or like self-defense, anything like basically using more so melee weapons, just in general, is Magna will probably be top of the class. But you also find out any other classes he takes, usually he also skips. He doesn't care really about taking any boring classes. With that being said, I don't think there's really too much to say about him outside of he kind of, in a way, treats most people like an ass. Like he's an asshat to people, but he's understanding at the same time. Kind of like, he'll ask you what's wrong with you, and if you give him anything except for an answer, he'll be like, buzz off.
Understandable.
Alright, and your teacher?
Teacher, very obviously scientist, outside of everyone taking Dungeons&Dragons.
I will leave that. I will leave this completely up to you on what happens between you and Dr. Dianthe this read, because that is part of your stuff.
They have no memory whatsoever of us, correct?
It's like a sense of familiarity to you, but outside of that, no, there's no memory.
So, much like before, a lot of what Glacier would be doing is trying to catch him up on their relationship. And maybe at this point, she'd be willing to ask about the picture of him and the people she met and didn't recognize. He's also the one that she's going to be doing private lessons with. The private lessons would be a lot more oriented on working on her dissertation so that she could finally get her doctorate and hopefully stop having to be a soul hunter.
Okay. You'll get. Give me a second here, because I have to remember what I called this. I know what I called this. You will get two study points. You don't know what that is, but you will soon. you'll get 2 study points from doing that of the off duty time, because I know you're wanting to do that. But yeah, you guys pretty much have a lot to catch up on, as he may not even believe you quite at first, but then says it kind of like sounds familiar, like it kind of feels familiar, because you realize as he's talking about his past, like every bit of memory that he's had like with you can tell is different, because like in his mind it's like maybe you two were studying together. No, it was just him. He was just studying by himself. You guys may have been eating and chatting together. Nah, you just had lonely lunches. So, with a little bit of almost disbelief, but also like an almost sense of wanting to believe, kind of just more so listens more than anything of you of what basically you almost think the relationship between you two is. Because that's kind of like almost essentially like he's still finding it out himself right now. With that being said, though, I see that will be it for that. Teacher, leaving you to you were gonna do the three choices first. One of the 3 choices.
For the three choices, I was going to go with fixing your soul waiver and a land vehicle proficiency.
Yep. You would have had to choose one of the 3, yeah.
Were those 2 not in hand?
I think Glacier was saying that she wanted to choose the option that was vehicle proficiency and fixing the soul weave.
Yeah, you get both of those in that option. I'm saying that you would have had to choose one of the 3 like vehicle types, like land, water, sky.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that was the part you didn't hear. Land vehicles.
Yeah, I got that. That's what I was saying. I was just saying it in general for picking that option. You do have to choose one of the 3. So you got it. Land vehicles with the ability to essentially fix your kind of soul labor, which I think is roller skates.
Yes, indeed.
So with that, leaving us to your off duties, as we're starting to get to the somewhat of a wrap-up point for this section here. But your off duties, what are you wanting to do here?
So as I mentioned before, Glacier would be doing private lessons with my aunt, trying to work on her dissertation. With some experience dealing with dungeons now, I think her main focus for the dissertation would be trying to find a link between religious sites and the increased number of doors that leads to a dungeon.
What are you trying? Which one is that?
That was this other. That was. I'm sorry. That is her private lessons.
Oh, you're just trying to lead it on how it's gonna go. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say more than anything, the private lessons. Like I said, the private lessons you could say kind of like how the relationship changed between you all, but the +2 study points is what you get for the for this.
Gotcha.
Again, I'll go over that later.
Right. For her second time, Glacier was going to be learning Sea, the language, and Abyssal, the language.
I'll put this. Yeah, you can put this under other. Definitely, I'd say, as I was because I talked with you already, Glacier, about this, and with what you're doing, you will be able to do so. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Just the two languages. Yeah. You're right. I'm not gonna say anything else in too specific there, but you are able to get that time in and talk with other people and get those languages down.
And then Glacier's last downtime thing, typically, she was going to be trying to finish up. She had started working on getting a museum exhibit put together to somewhat commemorate the first dungeon that they through, since it was a former religious one. She would be spending her time finishing up that one, and if it would count as a part of the other one, I don't know how long that would take. Doing the same for the second.
Doing this. What are you doing? The same for the what?
The same for the second dungeon we're into.
So here's my thing: is what I'm gonna do here for you, because this is what I've been trying to do here, and this is why I wanted you to do this last. Is now
Right.
you will see, as for that one, with the because there's going to be a lot of time spent here, I felt like just kind of in making basically the time skip also be worth for that other any projects that were started. So that project has been going on for probably a good 2 months at this point, 3 months at this point, that you that at first you were doing kind of by yourself. Maybe your group maybe decided to help a little bit by little bit, but you decided behind that okay, not really behind it, more so to the side, one of the two sides here, next to the you guys' place. I don't have the names on here for some reason because I'm a dummy and forgot them, but I believe it was like the ripe grounds or something. Basically next to the dorms that you guys would be at, you've decided to start and essentially build that of a museum, build that of a place, and with that of the help of what you didn't expect at first to be some of the people that you've actually helped save during your last time basically during
the first
the
dungeon.
plants. Some was during the first dungeon, some was the plants. The thing is, with each of them, because even with the survivors now, the plants would have overtaken them too. They would have forgotten somewhat, but they feel kind of like almost bad, or not like they feel bad. Maybe they feel like they just have a need to help. But pretty much a lot of people from there start to help you make that museum. And after about a good few months of hard work, especially with that of knowing some people, if you want to name any random people, you can. But you will now be here on this map, as we are now at that of Glacier's Museum. I made the map pretty much open and free, so you guys can kind of go around as you want. There's not too much on the map itself, because what I was thinking that we were going to do and make it somewhat simple is for any of the museum basically places, like basically any of the places that you want to put stuff, I'm just going to put up like that of, hold on, let me find it. There we go. That of people like the mini Dusa here, that I could just put pretty much anywhere that you guys would want. So this place can start being essentially propped up with that of maybe like your past enemies or past things that you guys want to really try and put in here, that I could put on here for you. As I want to make it pretty much like a not more of like you imagine it as well as it is kind of showing there, but it is kind of like how
I'll do
everybody explain it.
Yeah, I'll do the bone spider over, I guess, where I am, because we have the bone spider skull and a bunch of legs for it. It won't be a 1-to-1 recreation of it, but it'll be close enough.
So that's another major detail about this. You guys remember when I asked if I could buy cleaner supplies during the downtime?
What?
Do you remember when I asked if I could buy cleaner supplies during the downtime using the party
Yeah.
gold?
Oh yeah.
Glacier, being an Aladdin, is able to switch out her skill proficiencies every long rest. So, anything left over of a monster, like the mini Dusa, anything, the bone spider, anything with regard to restoring things that we pulled from them, like the stones that have rooms that are identified, any of those things, Glacier is able to swap to the proper tool proficiency necessary in order to.
Cool. The bones. I guess I'll give Glacier the bone spider skull and legs and be like, remember that spider we fought in the first dungeon? I got some of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That was on Roll20 when we first did it, so I'm gonna have to get that picture another time.
Yeah, and then are there like item stands for like some of the magical equipment that we may or may not want? Because like, yeah, we don't need to sell stuff if we have this museum for people to just look at.
Well, that's I mean, I don't think that's the same thing as a museum at that point.
Well, museums have items from places as well.
Well, I'm saying, are you saying you want to put them up to display or to sell? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Or to display, not to sell. I was saying it's because we don't need to sell them if we have the museum.
Okay, I was gonna say that makes probably a bit more sense.
But yeah, so like if Verona is giving the bone spider skull, Glacier would probably do whatever research she could into it. In addition to, having gone through the dungeon. At some area, before we start putting anything up, I think she would want to include a general layout of the dungeon, maybe some paintings, what it looks like, and information about its religious significance.
That's all for the one with the spider, right? Because I was asking because I was saying more so of saying I think you could pretty much like how you're saying it, say it however you want, as these kind of like you can't really see it on the map, but what I'm pointing at, I assume, Glacier, but it's essentially sections where you almost would have like exhibits, so you can kind of, as long as the monster is in there, I think you can just say whatever is in there is in there. I only say that because I don't feel like adding super fine details every time I have to like re-upload a map.
But yeah, as much as you can to preserve the history, there would be. Verona was willing to donate the skull. Glacier has Mason schools, so she can try to put back together the many juices somewhat with the parts that we grab.
Just remember to close its eyes so that people don't get petrified by it.
What? That's all the fun.
I was gonna say I think it's lost. It's
The museum grows
its magic at that point.
No, just the museum grows larger every time someone looks at the statue.
This is what we saw in the dungeon. Also, these are former patrons. Yeah.
Fantastic.
We can hang up the bodies of your fallen comrades.
I somehow get the vibe that she would not want them. But that does raise an excellent point. She probably would be some form of commemoration up front for Cassius. Because again, that was her first experience with someone dying. And although Cassius and Todd never made it to the second dungeon, they died trying.
They did indeed die trying.
Are you willing to put them up as an exhibit or just?
Just as a commemoration thing, not actually putting up their bodies.
Yeah.
Might be something.
You know,
might be
a painting. Yeah, you know, these are two people that died. Here's a little bit about them.
Yep. That is. I think I only have like 1 or 2, 3 things to really go over left. To go over left before we would even go on break here. So if you guys want to talk RP a little bit, feel free to. But no, I'll say a couple things here first before that, so I can actually explain to you guys how the school year has been looking, how it's going to be going, etc., etc. So we'll start. So after these long, basically 5 to 6 months, you will all somewhat find out a good few things. One of them being, you guys are lacking a little, and not in the terms of not in the terms of like you can't keep up with the other classes or anything like that. It's more of like they're catching up with you guys, as you guys have been basically more on adventures and more doing stuff than you were actually learning. So coming back to learning, especially with all the classes they're finally ready to kind of somewhat teach, it's like you already know some stuff, you kind of go by some stuff, and it just overall almost kind of like not really worth your time, but all of you pass for the time being for a little bit, as the rest of the other classes and everything like that seem to be getting a lot better with their curriculum. Not to say that they have better teachers or nothing like that in specific, but the fact that all the stuff that you guys have already learned from adventuring is stuff that they're essentially learning now, as well as basically getting caught up. With that being said, though, we are going to talk about a couple of changes here. One of the main changes here to the school and the school curriculum is you guys, I'm not going to make like a big numbers thing. I'm going to make it a lot more free flow because I feel like it was being too restrictive before. So I'm going to more so say with that of the classes and everything like that, you guys essentially probably take about 4 to 5 classes that you want, and probably at least 2 classes that you guys don't want. Or would want probably. And I only say that for like people who more so like if Ashaka doesn't want to learn math, but probably it's still like a basic need, you know what I'm saying? Or Glacier doesn't need any more PE. Glacier's pretty smart, but they're like, nah. So you'll probably get like 2 classes you don't want, but everything else you probably would. So it's kind of like any class you really want to say, you can feel free to. And we're going to be changing up a little bit of a few things as well here. And I said that before, but I'm saying about a different thing. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say here. Oh, yes. 2 of the big changes I wanted to say that happened over the months was you guys have been able, and not specifically you guys, more so it's still been in the experimental phase of sorts, but so far you guys have been able to do. Sorry, not you guys. The school in general has been able to open up that more so, or not technology, but basically more of like portal travel. A lot more going from long distances, and generally, for some reason, they have Destin Greyhound as a big part of that, which is part of the reason why he's always tired. But with the work on that, they have essentially gotten a way to kind of go from place to place now without having to like lower back down the school, without having to do a couple other things that you need to. But even before that, you guys had the normal option of bird mail, if you at all wanted to use that. I would have said
Definitely.
that. I would have said that bird mail takes at least a week to 2 weeks to go back to go one direction, basically. A couple other things here. With that of schools actually coming back up to be more so, studying about things, studying about monsters, studying about, I don't want to say the world, because it's less about the world and more about what you guys can do and helping you guys evolve as soul hunters, essentially. So in me saying that, there are also more just in general, like normal school things that you'd have. So there are clubs that you can actively join and get into. There's also the potential that if you guys want to make your own club, feel free. I will say, without getting too much into it just yet, there are clubs like Smithworks, Herbalism still up there, Cooking and Baking, Theatrical Arts.
Is there
would be
a
a
fight club?
Hey, wait, no, there can't be a Fight Club because we don't talk about Fight Club.
There is. I don't have any fight club specifically written, but there is a Soul Riders club, which is just Barnabas Cluck wanting to, have people practice with their Soul Riders. Anyways, the thing that makes it interesting about that one as well, I will say, for another thing that you guys will find out that is happening very soon, basically, as you guys get to these end of these 5 months. I know we're gonna go a little back and forth here, but as you guys will be getting to the end of the 5 months, you will find out later on that basically a new version, or basically that of a new sport, is essentially going to be coming out. One that would be a lot.
So not the King of the Hill?
One that would fit a lot better into the theme, especially as this one will involve a couple of towers, from what you can tell.
Wow. Towers.
That being
A paladin's worst nightmare. Honestly, having this jetpack ain't bad.
With that being said, going over the week, as I said, that's going to be something you find out later on. We are going to jump back though here a little bit. Like I said back and forth, we're jumping back here as you guys will be going, basically doing everything that you guys have been able to do that we talked about with all the downtimes, etc., etc. And during all this, you are still trying to learn. You are still trying to get your curriculums, or just more advanced education, more into what you guys are trying to do. So with that, it's time to study for some exams. And I'll go over that later, aka when we basically come back from break, because now I'm going to leave it to you guys to talk about anything that you guys want to talk about, RP about, say anything, ask any questions, and afterwards we'll be on break.
Yeah, this museum's really cool, Glacier. I hadn't really thought of doing something like this. I can help you with the religious aspects of it if you need to. I remember the first dungeon had to do with my god.
It would be appreciated. The biggest thing, really, a lot of it is pretty dated. Do you know the history of any religions?
The one I know most about is the Matron of Ravens, which I believe there was a statue of her in the first dungeon. Other than that, I know some general knowledge about most religions.
Well, I'll never say no to help, for sure. Usually I try to work on it at night when, you know, you would usually be asleep. And maybe you could
Other-
come by the library?
Yeah, I don't know if I've shared this with you. I probably shared it with the party, but beneath the school, although I guess it might not be there anymore, but beneath the school under the bathrooms, there's like a pond where you can ask for knowledge or for items. So maybe you could go there. It only works once a week, so maybe you could ask the pond for information if I'm not around.
Even if it's still there, do you really trust the end of the pond?
I'm just gonna tell you guys it is still there because I said it's basically like a huge trunk, like a huge rock chunk underneath the school was taken to.
Yeah. So we can use that once a week for like materials or for knowledge.
Okay, but do you actually trust that?
I mean, it gave us this cool coin and then also gave me knowledge. It also
what
had
do you-
a book about, or I guess not a book, maybe, about the wands.
Okay, but what do you think it's gonna want in return? Things
I
like
mean, it
that
didn't-
don't just tend to happen.
If I remember correctly, it doesn't. It didn't take anything when I asked, and I guess for the coin, we threw in the coin and they gave a coin back, so maybe it's just giving prayer to the god, or like if you're asking for information, maybe the god just learns more information. It didn't seem like I got taken anything from me.
Well, if you're willing to keep using it, I will take that, but maybe leave me out of it.
But other than that, I can once again just help you myself whenever I'm available and awake to help you with at least the religious aspects.
So, do you want to talk about you and Colin at all?
About what?
About you and Colin at all?
The possible budding romance.
Me and Colin. I was like, what? My player brain was like, what are you saying?
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I'm working on cleaning out the dishwasher right now, so my shit's all sorts of stuff.
Me and Colin.
You two have been spending a lot of time together, and it seems like you're trying awful hard to impress him. Harder than you try to impress us.
I mean, I don't need to impress you guys. You already know what I do, and obviously I've made a fool of myself every time I go to talk. So it's less that I'm trying to impress him and more that I'm just trying to act like a normal person.
But
Because
just
I've
for
not
Colin,
been really good at that.
just for Colin, not for anyone else.
I'm trying. I can only use this ability once a day. So while I've been here, I've just been testing it on him.
Okay. Well, if that's what we want to go with, I won't cry. Much. I won't cry much.
But apparently he doesn't remember what happens when he transforms into that big other person. So that's weird. Other than
Well-
that, I don't. He's just a funky guy.
We're really bad at describing people.
I'm really bad at doing anything that requires talking.
We could always work on it.
Out of
But
character,
I
this
don't
is
think-
also a problem with me as the player.
But I don't think you should call him funky to his face. I don't think he'd take it as a compliment.
He probably wouldn't, which is okay. I don't know. Ashaka, why are you attacking the bone spider? It's not alive. Why are you cowering in fear from this from the spider? You don't have any repressed memories about spiders, Ashaka.
Listen, she's like this close to actually destroying the exhibit.
My immediate thought
Gotta get this
was
spray bottle.
not like you had nightmares.
Not like you have nightmares on it constantly.
We gotta get the spray bottle. Spray. The socket, no! The socket down!
Sleep. You fall asleep. I can do calm emotions. I can do sleep. Just make you fall asleep for the rest of the day.
On the topic of roleplay things, how would you be doing academically?
I guess. Well, he said we've been doing good. It's just that because we remember stuff. The school is going over stuff we already know, and at the end of, I guess, the break is when midterms will be. So I guess it's like we're basically on top of everything. It's just that we have to do studying for exams, which is what's going to happen after the break.
Fair enough.
At least that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I guess there goes that. I was going to have Glacier offer to help Aunt cheat the same for Olgar. But
What's
we
up
don't
with
need
you
it,
and
we don't
Olgar,
need it.
huh?
Olgar, that's the one you're focused on?
Hey,
I really
it's
thought you
Liv.
guys would
He's
have a problem with
alive.
me talking to Devin.
I mean, I have my own issues with Devin. If you get along with him, that's fine. It's just that he just gets on my nerves because he speaks and acts in a way that's obviously of for his classes in society, but I have a different upbringing than him, and I don't like him. But if you vibe with him, you vibe with him. Welcome live. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel.
Elon.
No way! How was that shower?
How was the 2-hour-long shower?
Look, I took a shower way before I headed out. It was actually just getting roped into helping people. So again, apologies for
Yeah.
that.
We did downtime activities and stuff, and Glacier set up a museum for the dungeons that we've gone through.
Yeah, and because you're
Awesome.
here,
And now we're just
because you're here now, this is actually a good time. We're about to take a break, but honestly, with that being the case, I just want to get through you here real quick here, catch you up, and essentially then we'll go, right?
Absolutely.
All right. So to start here, you actually already did. I know all your downtimes, but if you just want to repeat what they were, you feel free.
Absolutely. Throughout the downtime that he had, Liv ended up hunting and gathering, studying 3 times, and then training once. He's been playing catch up to, oh wait a minute, this is actually a school, I forgot about that.
Kind of just got thrown into it.
Yeah, he has some flint and steel now. Doesn't know what he'll do with it, considering he still has the tinderbox, but hey, flint and steel.
You can light a nether portal with that.
Beyond that, do I talk about relations or whatever?
Yeah.
So
Talk about your relations.
choose who you want to talk about first: your ally, your enemies, or the teacher.
Liv got real close with Shibi, considering she was the person who guided him around the school the first time around, even though the first time around was actual, disaster moments. He's pretty sure he still doesn't understand her half the time, but it's okay.
So this is kind of free. This has been a lot of free ball up to the players. How does she become your favorite teacher then? You just overall you just like her and you kind of just been listening to her?
Well, with his opinion of Dustin being edgy, Shibi happens to just be the most carefree of the teachers, and therefore the one he's most fine with. Although the others, are, doing their job and all that stuff, Shibi just happens to be just not understood well enough for Liv to go, yeah, you know what? You're chill. In other words, she became his favorite teacher because he doesn't understand a word she says half the time.
Honestly, that's a vibe.
But when it came to teams, he actually made a friend and an enemy in
Oh, no, hold on.
2.
We'll get back to that. That's why I said we'll
get
doing
back
these
to
one at a time.
Absolutely.
So with Shiba Inuyaki, you are able to gather. Obviously, she's pretty much that of a very talented ranger herself, beast tamer of sorts. As it's almost magical, you could say. Like every animal she goes to, she pretty much immediately becomes friends with. Outside of that, she is very free-spirited. You'll find her kind of like hanging out in different places as she kind of pleases, as well as basically in the more like in the sunlight, kind of letting the sun come down. Like she enjoys it, but also from time to time, there's a possibility that you could have seen one of her training sessions she might have been doing with herself late at night. During that training session, you will be able to see she has quite a powerful shot, to say the least. As you will see her wind up the bow and arrow, almost as if you see her there, but you can't see her. Like she's almost blended in with the background as she releases the arrow, and you didn't even see the arrow, but you heard the hit.
Dear God, if only I could shoot. Nah, I hate shooting. This is fine.
She speaks to you like you were I would assume you weren't really like trying to hide, but you were kind kind of hidden a bit at first. You're kind of just more so checking it out, as she'll pretty much she'll pretty much like say out loud like that she how does it I think it goes, you over there, come.
Hey there. Yeah, fine. That's fine.
Come.
What's
shoot
up?
us.
You want me to shoot? All right, sure.
She hands you the training bows.
Neat. You want me to shoot
No.
that one over there or that one over there?
No, what I want you to do is give me a strength check. Well, or sorry, while you're doing it, give me a strength check. But you're pretty much she'll pretty much just say shoot whatever target.
Cool. This is when we remember Liv has noodle arms.
Yeah, so this is why I say it. When she handed you one of the training bows and arrows, it feels light. You don't think too much about it. But the moment you go to pull the string, you notice you can't pull it back more than like an inch. Like it's no matter how hard you go.
Okay, now I know why that went so fast.
You
Weak. Yes, I do happen to have noodle arms. It's a very core trait of my chip-eating diet.
She doesn't really even like ask permission or nothing. She just goes, she looks at you up and down a little bit. She goes basically somewhat past you and takes you by the collar and just starts dragging you. We go train now.
Okay. Guess this is life now.
And she makes you, I'm not even gonna like try to sugarcoat it. She essentially gives you the One Punch Man, like the training regimen.
Okay, I get why we're doing this, but you do realize that I am going to continue telling you that my arms are sore. And that my legs are sore.
She
You know, basically full body pain.
She completely ignores you, but then every time that you guys go and train, you're out of it. You can't put any more into it. She hands you something you don't want to drink, and that's a healing potion.
You see. Yeah, no, I get where you got to where you are. I really do. Is it bad to say that I just prefer my life and death battles being the source of my growth? I feel like that's like a general no-no.
She kind of just like puts it down your mouth, basically makes you start chugging the drink. Like she'll basically keep forcing you if she has to, but she is trying to get you to essentially trade up. And with that, for now, you can do one more train.
Oh boy.
However,
you're out here getting the fucking bursty treatment, dude.
Absolutely. I suppose would be a 1d10 minus. Actually, do I want to carry more? This is a very good question. Do I want to carry more?
I will tell you.
Yeah, sure.
I will tell you if you're going to go for strength. What I just revealed to you is there are bows that have very hard strings and that would require something like a strength requirement. Not all of them.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying.
You know, as fun as that would be, we're gonna go for the harder one because it is a free train. He's gonna go for Dex. That would be 1d20 minus 2, right?
Yeah.
1d20. You got a +2 in Dex. So
1d20 minus your bonus.
That would be a success, I believe.
Ooh. Yeah, DC 11. Just barely.
Okay.
All right. You want to talk to everybody here? How as I up your stats here, how horrible your hellish training has been.
Look, I guys, she's still I love her, really do. Can somebody lop off my arms?
I mean, I do have a choice of the path of living death, so I could make it even worse if I chose that. Assuming that it allows me to do what I think it does.
Why do I ever talk to you?
I mean, I also have a choice of the path of true justice.
If you're going to talk to her about something, talk to her about God.
Nah,
None of that.
fair enough. But no, seriously, playing catch up has been like, I said this once, I'll say it again. I forgot this place was a school.
Yeah, I did too, honestly.
Given the fact that I joined in and then it was plants, ow, but it was. But hey, what's up with you? And by you, I mean literally the people that I haven't caught up with.
Haven't caught up with? You mean us? Or you?
I mean, I do mean just generally all of you.
Oh. Well, I mean, the school's going through the same basic, same stuff that not only have we learned when we first got here, but stuff that we've just been learning through our adventures.
I mean, sure. However, the question really is, what have you guys been up to specially? I've been playing catch up. Shiba's been torturing me.
You say that as
I
you
mean, I've
hear
been doing some.
coming from the door as you see Shiva's ready to take you.
Okay, guys, this is my fate now.
Do you need some healing before you go?
What? No, it'll be fine. Also, healing doesn't work around you.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, I forgot about that immediately.
I didn't.
Thank you for reminding me, the player, about that. Because I forgot I had that.
But yeah, I more so say it just, you guys can RP as you want, like later, but just more so the point being is, basically Shiba's taking you a lot more and more now, as she has maybe seen that of a new potential in you for whatever reason or another. But welcome to hellish training from Shiba. Anyways, continuing on now. Who's your enemies or who's your allies?
If we're gonna go with allies, I don't remember the team distribution, but yeah, I don't remember their team distribution. Is my point.
I have it organized on the map. If you look, the Silver Roses are on the left, the Natural Talents are on the right, and the Dark Hour Knights are at the bottom.
Oh, neat. Well, Liv, made friends with Gilly, in the Dark Hour. Whatever's. Liv, in true Liv fashion, he has not bothered to remember their name.
You said.
And whoever Samus is, wherever they are.
She's up here.
Yes, Samus. Yeah. He's just
Lockhart the Fifth.
He's just been idling around whenever he's not feeling like it, or the team is somewhat busy. Liv just wanders about from one party to the next, just chatting about idly.
Yeah. Also, just because I'm gonna say two things here just because I remember, because again I remembered it, but you weren't here for that. Because this is still like high school / college kind of a setting and theme, relationships can happen. I'm not gonna really incite them like that myself. But if there's any reason that you had a specific like flirtation relationship, or maybe you wanted to take it somewhere with somebody, that is completely up to you to kind of talk about. But for the allies, I will be. It is kind of just like in general. What do you like? How like how is your friendship level? Like, you guys like training partners? You guys just friends who talk a lot? Like basically, I'm asking you, how do you guys become? How do you guys become? Or more specifically, how does your character become friends with each of these characters? And you
Well,
can
during
say it
the
however you
few
want.
times that Liv is idling about in other teams, whatever lunch tables, however they group up, um, he comes by, introduces himself because technically he's new to everybody else, and even foregoing the entire school, forgetting about them. But he does always introduce himself, and then seemingly at random, he picks two people within the group and just asks, "Hey, nice to meet you, Liv. New here. I know you guys technically forgot all about the rats, but it's okay. Anyways, you two, I'll get your names later, because the hassles and all that. You guys want chips? I got chips."
They look at each other and they look at you. Give me a persuasion check.
He's the chip dealer.
I would have said any charisma really, but I'm like, I think that's just a persuasion check.
16.
Oh, man's rolled a
Um,
5.
Both of them aren't really like that interested at very first, considering you're part of a different squad. But then after you offer that of the chips, they're kind of like, maybe. And what type of chips you give them?
Before he gives a chip, Liv actually flips a coin, and because he's going from one party to the next, is explicitly what he's doing. To himself, he's getting just a regular ass chip. To Samus in her party, again, personally, like as a player, I actually genuinely already forgot the team name.
So I'm gonna tell you this too, because I was gonna point this detail out. I forgot. When you went to talk with them, it was these two in specific already together. Like it's pretty much just you talking to just them.
I see. Then yeah, Liv is just making some nice, simple barbecue chips. And as he creates them, he's just like, don't actually substitute that with food. That is my soul. Let's have fun with this.
What?
Nobody here was injured, right? I don't want you to panic because you think I drugged it. That it's supposed to heal you.
They are very much confused and are debating on eating the chips or not.
Oh, don't worry. It's not going to affect you. It's like some amount of recovery. Other than that, yes, it's my soul. No, it's not that weird. Or we could say that I'm in you. I don't know.
After that, I will say both of them, both basically Gilly giggles a little bit. Samus kind of giggles, but kind of goes like with the rolling the eyes, like you just said something stupid, whatever. And with that, you have potentially raised up these allies, as we are going to talk about this a little bit. For Gilly, give me an insight check. For Samus, No, you don't need anything for Samus. Just give me a insight check for Gilly.
Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me just double check my thing. I'm making sure that it's that's not on insight, so we're gonna do a regular roll. 29.
Natural 20.
Damn.
Okay, so with Gilly, you specifically have hit it off with Gilly. However, which way form that you want to take that is completely up to you. But in any of the case, you've been really able to kind of connect with her. Like you talk about some things, and maybe it's like you have like, I don't want to say the lazy kind of tone of voice, that but more so just the laziness behind you of like thinking about life and the greater things. Sometimes Gilly has a lot of that herself, and she loves talking about that type of stuff. And then sometimes even just sitting together quiet at times, and you can somewhat tell that it's potentially because she's a bit bestial, you could say, because her bestial, she'll explain to you later on. A part of her power is to be able to transform into like felines, essentially. But it's kind of that feline heritage, kind of like you almost feel like it might be a sense of that. But even then, she doesn't mind telling you a lot of things. Whether that means something to you or not, it's completely up to you. Again, this is all information that you can write down if you wanted. That being said, Samus, though. Samus has been a little bit more weirder, especially because now it almost feels like you're the third friend in this situation, considering Gilly and Samus were already kind of good friends from what it sounded like from beforehand. But now with you being here, it's been kind of a bit awkward, especially with Samus, who has been kind of more into their training as of recently. And you almost find that a little bit weird yourself, especially as they have they're usually around Gilly, if not their own team, as well as a couple other people. She's not like super popular, but she's got a couple of friends at least. And you almost feel like she's been somewhat avoiding you a little bit. One of the times you will find her training, though, as it's up to you if you want to roll a stealth or if you want to do anything else. But you will be able to see when she trains, you go and see as she goes with her arrow, like winding it up, going out, and you see it misses the target completely. But then you see her almost like whistle for a second as the arrow comes swinging back, hitting it in the back of the head.
Yeah, sure. I can roll a stealth. What time of day is this during? Just like regular school times, or is...
Whenever people are usually training, it's generally more towards the night.
All right. With most of his towards the night stuff, because he doesn't want to make a mess for more people to clean up. He'll usually let me just double check. Yeah. And because he's probably idly eating during this time, and he just doesn't want to leave a mess for people to clean up or walk at. He'll sometimes have pass without trace up, but I won't do that here. Just putting that as an idle note.
Okay.
But a 20.
I'm going to put that up against. Will that be her perception?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, we'll probably win it. She does not notice. Meaning, if you want to say anything, you can go up to her if you want. If you want to feel like you want to give her the space and leave her free, you can do that too.
Mm, Liv specifically waits for her to be done before he just goes. Like, for her to be done training instead of interrupting before he just goes. Hey, look at you go.
If you really do wait that long, you'll be waiting 2 to 3 hours. And you'll notice a few of the times, it's kind of like she's kind of doing the almost like anime protagonist thing where it's like, oh, I need to shoot this target 10 times in a row. If I can't do that, then I'm gonna go and do this next. If I can't do that, then I'm gonna do this next. And she keeps getting to like not like to like 8 or 9, and then she still messes up.
Yeah, Liv has shit for all going on, so he genuinely waits it out, and then he just goes, hey, you know, good on you trying to stay consistent.
You basically had scared her at first, as you see an arrow is drawn towards you until she realizes it's you, kind of pulls down the bow and arrow, and she kind of just doesn't say much at first, but she goes, why are you here?
I was out wandering, and then I saw you, and then I didn't feel like interrupting. But hey,
Wouldn't this still be interrupting?
well, no, I waited specifically for you to finish.
Fine. What?
I was gonna say, but hey, if you need advice or want advice, you can always just ask others.
I don't need your help or your advice on how I do things. You got that?
No one says, like I said, it's need or want. You want to improve, everybody wants to improve. And honestly, if this way works for you, it works for you. For most people, doing something like this is deeply dissatisfying.
She kind of like brings herself back for a second, almost like she wants to say something very rude, and just goes, no. I'm just not gonna get into it today. As she kind of just goes by, storms off, almost as if you said something that really angered her, but you're not really sure.
As she's leaving, Liv's last words are, I get it, it's late. If you want to talk about it, you know, there's the morning, there's the day after, whenever you feel like it.
You notice she stopped for a second. She didn't turn around, but she stopped for a second and then continued on.
You know, Liv, having stayed there for so long, is just like, okay, now, can I still move, or is everything... Yep, everything is pain. Okay.
You say that, and like a devil in disguise, she's back. As she goes,
Jesus Christ. I wasn't even trying to hide from you. Why do you do this?
Starts dragging you away. Anyways. With, I think, yeah, one more thing to go over here for you. Enemies.
For enemies, Heaven and Kenny. So that would be, from the same teams as, Samus and Gilly in the, respectively. Heaven Brightsteel and Kenny Frito. But yeah, Liv actually starts this off exactly the same way he does with Samus and Gilly, except whatever happens, the chips he offer, it's just a salt rock in the shape of a chip.
Just salt.
If it's anything to do with pranks, it'll probably be something like Kenny Freedom pranked you at the same time you pranked him.
Much less pranks, much more Liv decided that whoever he was giving chips to that day was gonna have a bad time,
Well, he saw it as a
and
prank,
therefore,
I guess.
and therefore, when he does eventually do the exact same thing, it's not, hey, do you want a chip? Gives a regular chip. Nice relation. It's, hey, do you want a chip? Feeds you rock salt.
As you fed him rock salt, you will also have tripped his wire, leading to that of... Basically, it's not a bucket of water that goes over here, it's a bucket of powdered chalk.
You know what? Fair enough. I did just give you salt to eat, but why? How fine? Like just straight up powder or dust?
I'd say it's like powder because it's like covering like the majority of like most of your like top sides more than anything. So like the top of your
Okay.
head, your shoulders. It's still like covering other things, but it's mostly just like the top sides.
Then, actually, what Liv says instead is just, oh god, why? Why powder? Why couldn't you have used the granules?
Why
Would have made the same mess.
Why did you have to feed the salt? As his is like he can't like basically breathe himself of the salt chip, killing him. And as you guys are both dying on, or as he's dying on the floor, as you're almost crying to yourself with all the dust in your face, Heaven Brightsteel comes by. She looks at you two and just goes, "You two are idiots," and just goes by.
Just because you have issues doesn't mean you get to be stuck up. Yeah, that's his last closing remark to her.
Fair enough. There's not really too much for me to really talk about them, as enemy-wise, you wouldn't really get to know much more information than that's already been kind of said around in general. So the only thing that you'd really get extra from Kenny Frito is that you've been hearing that of rumors going around that he is of that of high royalty of sorts. Just a couple though, just a couple of rumors. All right.
Quick question: who is Drake Deckard? I don't remember meeting him ever.
He's one of the new teachers that I put up there to see if anybody would have picked him. Essentially,
I only just noticed him.
but essentially, you guys have to have a replacement for Herbalist class, right? Anyways, with that being said, I think I got through everything I needed to go for you. I'll show you back here, which was to Glacier's Museum, which I'll just re-explain really quick here, that I'm going to be basically like any places that you want to decorate per se, I'll just put in like the enemy there, because you guys are trying to do like a museum exhibit, and you guys can talk about it however you want to say it's set up, but like I'm not going to do all that. I'm just going to have it represented in there so that way you guys know which rooms are what. But with that, I think we're good to take a break. Are you guys good for 15 minutes?
Yep.
I think that's it is. Fantastic. Then we will be back. Thank you for your patience on us.
Yeah, well.
Yes, yes. We return once again. Unfortunately, we have lost a chakra in the process for a little, for at the moment. But it is no worries, as now that we are back with at least most of the others. How will they fare in the questions of academic courses, though? We'll see. As I'm still fixing all the cameras back to normal here. Actually, as I fix the cameras back to normal here, now that we are also back on the live and everything of the sorts, we are going to go through a couple of things here. In specific, I wanted to go over I just had it. In specific, I wanted to go over your academics, your time of your learning here, and more to come, per se. And with all that, I'm going to go through a couple of things of talking about how these phases will work. But I've essentially boiled down what I kind of like from a couple of different sources. And I think I would like to do this in an academic week phase and a weekend kind of phase. Meaning that the weekends will be a little bit more of, per se, free time, not specifically not like downtime. It's more of like specifically that's when you guys maybe want to hang out, go on maybe little adventures of sorts, and maybe even like doing that of exploring the school or doing other things. Just in general, that's the time that you would do all that type of stuff. But during the weekdays, during the academics, that is what we're going to focus on for right now, as we are doing a big time skip, yes I know, of that to be 5 to 6 months. So what your normal exam would come out to be is going to be a little bit different and a little bit more longer drawn out, considering they basically had to redo a bunch of the curriculum and how they were going to do things. So with that being said, you will generally be rolling this for every academic week, but we're only going to say for this purpose 10. So I want you all to do something for me here.
Sorry. You don't have to throw it away. It's broken. Yeah. You need to let the water away.
Let me do 2 things actually. What skill would you all say that you would use best in order to learn?
I mean, intelligence or wisdom.
I was saying skill.
I mean-
Skill.
Wouldn't that be an insight, or insight, history, or investigation?
Yeah, insight, history, or
That's
investigation
if you
feel
only
like
do the
the
normal
3.
training. I'm saying if there's anything in specific you think that you can really use, maybe I might allow, depending.
What are the usual soul hunter classes? Because I don't know.
So going over it simply, let's bring this back here. Going through them, I don't remember all of them specifically by name, but you have at the start up here Destined Greyhound, which has been 1, your basically homeroom teacher, but 2, basically is the defense,
Arts of
combat, just overall the combat teacher. Teaches you the tricks of the trades of the sorts. Vice Satum Nerdus, as he is the vice principal, he's also the teacher that teaches about astrology, looking into the stars, and potentially looking into that of the future of sorts. Shibi Inuyaki, she's basically the beast tamer class of sorts. And I don't mean that just her class, like her specific class. I mean like the class she teaches you all about like that of normal animals and how to use them, even how to potentially try and tame that of other animals. but this one is very much a class that you'd specifically have to want if you want to be in it. As there have been times before, Shibi has potentially maybe once or twice let one of the animals be the student. Who knows?
Just casually. Teehee.
Teehee.
Teehee. Teehee.
You have Myuruki, who is I have to look back at my notes, but I think at the top of my head, she is both the
Mathematics and apothecary.
Yeah, mathematics teacher and the apothecary teacher.
Yep.
Keat Navori, she kind of just does her own thing. You don't really see her around too much, but like the only times you really do is during that the class of basically meditation and looking deeper into your soul, basically trying to unlock more of your soul powers. So unless you have a good attunement or a good fine line of showing your soul power, you probably shouldn't even be trying to take the class.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like going head first into that class.
Now, Igarthus Delegan von Freeberg III is kind of like, the hot teacher of sorts. Some girls go crazy, others, maybe jealous, but overall, he doesn't really care, especially because he also smokes his own stuff as he goes around, not really caring that it's more of a school zone. But it's also like you guys are kind of grown up as it is, so it's not really like a kid zone either. Even if you guys are somewhat looked at like that. But Igarthus, in specific, is the rune anatomy teacher, which teaches you basically basically to do like spells or different things you wouldn't normally be able to do with spells by like writing them with runes, which takes hours on end basically takes like hours on ends for like simple, even simple like rune writing. Basically, you're doing a ritual.
Mm-hmm.
I get to him last. Up here, Irons Bartolomeo Klein, the guy that everyone thinks is kind of just, like no one really cares about him. Not even that of some of the teachers, but they do acknowledge his usefulness. I don't want to say like he's the backpack of the group if all the teachers left, but he essentially got the supplies for anything that they need. He is essentially the crafts teacher that teaches you more about how to use and how to craft and how to gather mundane items. It is somewhat specifically known that he doesn't really have a soul ability, but he's still pretty respectable. Barnabas Gluck. I don't think I need to go over this one too much. He's just the soul rider teacher. Teaches you how to use your vehicle, or I say vehicle, your soul labor.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Dianthus Reed teaches you about that of history. Basically it's history / monster anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna go over him too much. And then Dreek Deckard, which some of you obviously wouldn't know yet, outside of the game, but in the game you'll have met him very soon. He essentially is a kind of more messy teacher, not in the way of like how he does things, but like you can tell he's obviously clumsy. You can tell by the way he looks. He's always got a bunch of stuff on, like it's always sagging everywhere, and he looks like, honestly, even though he's trying to teach that of the husbandry class, it seems like he fails at even that of the simplest jobs. Like when you try to teach us how to pull out a mandrake root, which you guys have somewhat done before, but that's a point I'm getting at, is he fails when he does it.
Yeah.
I think that's about it.
So
Yeah.
that's the list, yeah.
Yep.
Do you want a suggestion for a skill for each one, or are you just talking about very specific ones?
I think no, just overall a general skill that you'd be using. But again, like I said,
Ah.
it's mostly like kind of pick and choose as you kind of want.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's either insight or history because all of them, other than even combat. No, other than combat, all of them is seems just from the sound of it rather passable if you just have a good memory of it, of what is taught, or have a better understanding of what the teachers are trying to teach.
So you're wanting to do history, or which one?
I said insight or history because either you know better, you have a better feeling or a better grasp of what the teacher's trying to convey, or you just straight up memorized the whole thing.
All right, which one are you wanting to choose?
I'll go insight.
All right, don't do anything.
Glacier definitely wants history.
As I say, don't do anything. Just remember the ones that you guys are choosing. You chose insight. I heard you Glacier. You're wanting to do history. I'm not gonna make you go into specific for that because I think it's kind of straightforward. The rest of you.
Corona. I guess insight for her.
I say that's fair. Yep.
Imp will use perception to just try to copy people. Just looking, seeing what they're doing, just remembering what they're doing, and how they just, yep, I can do that too if I just remember exactly what you did.
That's so wild that I'll allow it. You can use a perception. All right, now that everyone has at least what they're going to be using is, so this would be generally a lot slower, which it will be when we get into the next time that we kind of do this type of segment. But for this one, we're going to be doing it a lot faster. You guys have a lot to catch up, and you guys have exams coming. So with that, a lot of cram, a lot of other things, as well as out of your training, your other studying, you're making the museum, everything like that, also coming in the way that you guys only have so much time for. Meaning, generally it would be for each week, but I'm shortening this down for a reason. You guys can roll me what you guys had just told you, basically me, aka to yourselves. That roll, do that 10 times. You do not add anything else. You don't add anything else, any other features. You don't like putting negatives on it. These are just going to be straight rolls with those skills. And the DC is 13. So let me know how many of those you pass.
All right. You
So
said 10 of them?
Glacier does intend to take every class, but I can't roll, obviously. Could someone just roll a 10d10 for me?
Yeah, I can roll. I'm gonna roll 10d20 for
10d20.
myself, and then I'll roll 10d20 for you.
Yep. Using history, I only need a 3 to pass. If you could just let me know how many are done.
Mm-hmm. I personally only need a 4 to pass, so I got.
Yeah, there's no real way for me to use religion or persuasion, which are two things I'm good
They're
at.
not in there.
That's for me. And then rolling 10d20 for Glacier. You need a 3 to pass, is what you said?
Yeah, I need a 3.
9 passes, 1 fail.
Okay. Hey Beals, at the bottom left under the players next to your name, can you click that?
Under the players.
Under the players at the bottom left next to your
Next
name, there's
to
like
my
a little
name.
dial thing kind of. Can you click that?
Yep.
Click. You see study points on there?
Yep.
Press open, and just
Mhm.
fill that up with the amount that you got. So you said you got 6, so just fill it up to 6.
Got it.
I'll say that goes the same for the rest of you that are able to. As you will now see, what I was saying before with the study points, this is what the study points are going to go towards. So even though you have a crazy number, being that of 9 successes, Glacier, you're actually at a total of 11 study points.
Where's the study points at?
If you take a look at players, you know how there's like the player list and request trade, and you know your player name. Beside your player name, there's a little weird peace symbol.
The request trade.
Yeah, beside your name, there's a peace. There's a weird peace symbol. Click into it. Do you see it?
Nope.
I'll send you a screenshot.
Yeah, if you could please.
This thing. But you know, your name instead of my name.
Yes, I see it.
And then if you hit the open button and just click on the wheel, the amount of times you have for successes.
Natsu, by the way, I'm about to head home. So if you just leave Foundry open, I can get all my shit updated like once I actually get home.
That's fine. I mean, I'll probably be up for a good bit anyways. Did you find it out, Amp?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, there's no way for me to use persuasion.
They could be here tomorrow and you work lunch tomorrow, like 12 to 4, 12 to 5. Then you're technically will be done training. But I think I still had you in the back of that training for next Wednesday. You want to come in for that day just to get the extra hours, and then you'll have the other days. You'll see once you log in. As soon as you punch in this temporary
Put
password,
you down a little bit.
if PJ,
Alright, so
if he's picking you up tonight,
while
then
he's
you can probably
doing
explain how
that,
to get in there. Very simple, easy to use on Google.
what I'm doing here. That's right. You guys will now get to that of the actual exams, essentially. As you can kind of say how your studying went overall, but this is where things are going to get a bit interesting for that of the study time that you put in. As I said, we're going to do things a little bit differently after this, but this is to catch you guys up essentially in the curricular as you guys have advanced, like I said, 5 to 6 months, which you should be able to see actually. I think you can see it, I think when you opened up the game, you saw there was a calendar. You guys will be ending up here in basically October, and it is still. Wait. No, sorry. Nope. That's not what I mean. Where's my calendar?
I just wanted to apologize for that real quick. Manager started talking when I tried to leave.
You're good, man. There's my calendar. You guys have essentially started doing the schooling and everything, whatnot, back here in October, 650 SOE. As we will be advancing. Hold up. Total of pretty much 5 months.
A lot of time has passed.
you will be now in March 651 SOP. As, again, still catching up with that of curricular, you will now be I'll say it's more of like the Friday. It'll be on the Friday as you guys will be doing that exam. As you will be doing the exams are gonna go like this. As I bring you into astronomy, feel free to drag yourselves out, as we will be using the astronomy room as essentially the exam room. As you guys coming into your exams, you will have to deal with doing for this one, it's going to be essentially written forms of basically that of monster anatomy, their behavior, a lot of the things that you guys had to have learned before from some of the other classes, like a survival test / quiz on there, as well as potentially doing some actual monster hunting, just a little bit. So with that being said, we are going to be doing a little special thing here. I'm going to be telling you guys how many dice I'm gonna roll, because this is what's going to set the exam number. I will not tell you guys the DC, but I am going to be rolling 3d8s here, and whatever that DC comes out to be is the DC that you guys will end up having to beat. So the people on the channel on the screen, you'll be able to see the number, they will not. But with me saying that, this is where your points come in. You can save your study points for different things, for other things later on. So I'm going to ask you, how many study points do you want to put into these exams today? And every study point you put in is going to be a D4.
A D4 for what?
To the check.
Oh.
So instead of like rolling a 1d20 to pass the exam, you're just rolling with your study points, and every study point is a D4.
Oh.
So it's not a skill check, it's a straight D20?
No, there's no D20.
No, there's no D20s. It's just D4s.
Oh. So we have to put study points in or else we fail.
Yes,
And you're rolling a
There's a
D8
sequence.
per exam? Or how many D8 for this exam?
Hold up. I'm gonna roll it right now.
3d8.
You guys won't see it, but it is 3d8. Okay. I have the DC. That's why I was telling you guys have these points to use, the study points to use as you see fit.
To be clear, this is the only exam, right? We don't have multiple exams.
This is for the multiple exams. This is just overall like exam day.
All right, yeah, fuck it, we ball. I'm using all 11.
Do someone else want to roll that, or do you want me to?
It's up to you guys. That I can't roll it. I don't really care who does.
I can roll it for him. Glacier's 11d4 is a 24. Let's see here. I suppose I'll follow suit. Use all 6. No, how do I? There we go. I need to right click. Glacier got a 24. Liv gets a 15.
I don't want to save some, but I don't know what else they're used for right now, so I'll use all 5. one less than average.
I'm going to use 6.
I think that's all of you here at the very moment. So, after going through a multitude of a couple of tests throughout the day, you find out something. You guys are a little bit more behind than you initially had thought, as the DC came out to be a 19.
Damn.
I rolled a 7, and a 5.
Oof.
They were not kind to you. But with that being said, you guys will not be initially failing. Instead, you guys, except for Glacier, obviously, Glacier is completely fine. Glacier has basically passed with flying colors so far, and essentially kind of represents an almost head of the group at that point, what some people even might see as some rumors may go around for. The rest of you, though, whether you need a little bit of help or just a little more bit of help, will essentially have to take somewhat retake some classes for a little bit. It will take up a little bit of your time to be that of essentially one downtime. The next time you guys get a downtime, it'll take away one downtime from each of you except for Glacier. Outside of that, you guys didn't fail, and you guys didn't fail enough that they would have just like completely said you're not going to keep going in the schools and whatnot. So you're still fine for right now.
Damn, instant character death.
I wouldn't say like that, but more in the terms of you might have to really start paying if you want to keep staying. You know what I'm saying?
I'll pay with these hands.
On that note, it becomes that of the weekend. And this is what I was going to say before, with that of the weekend phase, as I was saying. You guys have a chance to kind of RP anything you guys want out. You guys can talk about maybe what in potential that you maybe want to do in this school, continue doing in the school. And if you are having questions on what could be happening in the school, like rumors and stuff like that, I will tell you that will be somewhat during the week that you'll basically be able to get easier access to be like, here's the rumors going on, here's the gossip going on. But just for at least flavor-wise, now that you guys have finally basically caught up with your exams, realize you need to do some classes, but it's fine for the most part because you still at least essentially get like C's to D's at that point, or not even C's to D's, like I'd say probably more of like a B for AMP, but then like a C to D between Live and Corona.
Don't need a ride.
Which is completely funny because AMP probably just copied off of one of you.
Amazing.
Just copied off of both of us and happened to get the correct answers.
No, I just was looking at Glacier's hand, looking at the movements where they were marking. Got a couple of the hand movements wrong.
Yeah.
Liv's just out here like, okay. Nope, in too much pain. I give up.
You instantly flinch as if you feel like you're about to be taken away swiftly, and strangely enough, there's no chibi in sight.
I currently have it listed in my notes for the stuff for Oshaka. Is this all right for now?
sending me something, or am I confused?
No. I just have it listed in my notes,
Oh,
like
yeah, that's
the
fine for
actual
now.
journal bit for notes. Yeah.
That's completely fine.
Okay.
Basically, it's because I'm gonna want him to also do essentially somewhat the same thing that you guys had just went through. Especially because maybe that might be a funny number. But with all that, until like I was saying before, is there anything in specific or anything in special that you guys want to try and do, or maybe even talk over the weekend to see what goes on? I will remind you, you have allies. The allies that you can potentially talk to, beat up with, do whatever you want with, as well as there are enemies you can go and like fuck around and find
Harass.
out.
We can take one person and make them the party enemy.
All right, Devin, money. Time to get your ass beat.
Yeah,
I'm choosing
guess we'll have
necromancer just to
fight
bring
with
you back
them.
from the dead. No, I'm joking.
I mean, we
Um,
could.
Yeah, it would just go against your thing. Like me and
No,
you
I would
could.
just have to fight you guys.
Why would you fight us?
Because Devin is my homie.
Well, Morgana isn't your homie, and Morgana isn't my homie, and Morgana isn't anyone else's homie.
I mean, she's like the entire school's homie, but okay.
None of the parties know homie, okay? You don't got friends in the rat crew. Give all of our hate that's towards Devin money to Morgana instead. She's the
All I'm
scapegoat.
saying is that Kenny is two of our enemies and none of our allies. So
Yeah. So
okay, we get.
you two can go fuck with Kenny.
I'm gonna follow around the vice principal. Just follow him. See what he does and his movements and how his body biology works.
Before you try to do anything, I guess I will be asking, because it's going to be, like I said, over the weekend phase, it's going to be a lot more free on what you guys want to do. This is me saying, do you guys want to do stuff at least for this, I guess I should say at least for this weekend, are you guys wanting to continue doing your own stuff for a bit, or do you want to team up and do something?
Yeah, we could like go out on a mini adventure for the weekend. Although we don't really have a place nearby.
I mean, there's still plenty of mystery in the school. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, there is.
You know, with
Yeah.
the fact that, we had a teacher literally turn evil, who wants to go sneak around in the school?
You know what? I'm cool with sneaking around. I can't sneak, but I will be around. I also can't use the hat anymore, so sad.
I suppose, more accurately to say, who is against sneak around in the school?
You've been at the school long enough. I will at least say, if you do sneak around the school, like, yes, you've seen people training, but not like into the school. Like, there's essentially still a curfew of when you can go into the school and when you can't. You know what I'm saying? So if you do, you would essentially be almost, I don't want to say breaking in, but basically breaking and sneaking in. Or, I mean,
I
however
want
you
to
guys
search
want.
around us.
Anybody against it? I'm hearing Corona's fine with the amp.
I'd be fine.
Cool. Glacier, are you fine with it? Sneaking around in the school, I mean?
Glacier's muted.
Because we had a old teacher that went, but you guys had an old teacher. I was there by the time they were evil. Turned evil, did the plant thing to the school.
Yeah, there's also like weird things are just like existing within the school. There was a troll here. Don't
You
know
guys
how
had a
that happened.
troll?
Yeah, I was in the bathroom.
Yeah, you weren't here for that. How do you
And,
know?
oh, that was out of character. I'm just saying it was in the bathroom.
Yeah, there was a troll in the bathroom attacking a shaka for some reason.
Yeah, so it sounds like a fun time. I mean, yeah, the school's up in the sky now, but if we do end up finding something, that's a better safe than sorry. And if we don't end up finding something, then at least we had fun.
Yeah, I'm cool with searching around. I cannot be stealthy.
I'm probably the stealthiest here, so or at least can be.
Actually, no. I'm pretty sure that's Glacier.
So the biggest one about sneaking into school and not wanting to sneak into school would probably be Glacier's opinion.
I think
Glacier
I'd be
might
the
be fine with
sneakiest.
it if we say. Oh wait, did someone type in? Not paying full attention right now. I just got picked up. Oh. Also, are you going to change it from Friday to Saturday?
Yeah, okay, wait, sorry, what's happening, guys? I wasn't paying attention. I know we're on the weekend, I know we're doing something, and I heard Kenny.
They essentially want to over the weekend as a group sneak into school past curfew hours and do some exploration. It would be breaking into the school though, as it is like basically against the rules to go in past curfew.
Yeah, Glacier probably wouldn't involve herself. She would probably stay at the door. She's not gonna sell anyone out, but
Yeah, Liv's entire thing is, we had a teacher turn evil, or well, you guys had a teacher turn evil. He was there by the time they were evil. Might as well see if there's anything else just lurking in there. If there is, then they were doing the good, being safe. If there isn't, then they had fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going around in this school. But it looks like Glacier doesn't want to come into the school, but she's fine with existing. All right. Live and amp if we want to do this.
Yeah, let's get this.
Let's go. Screw curfew.
The real question is though, what teacher we look into the most?
Well, I actually kind of want to look into the principal because something feels weird about him not being here.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a bad idea to look into the dude who does all the future seeing.
No, the future seeing is the vice principal. I mean, the principal that you didn't see. He's a Leonin, a lion person.
Wasn't he missing?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's been
he
missing.
was here on the
issue
first
is
day.
If you try to do that, I will say, with the vice principal taking over, it's not like vice principal has his like his own place or his own specific like room. Like the principal's office essentially would be his office now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Liv
kind
is
of something I want to
say-
look into, but it's not like we have the ability to do that.
Liv is just gonna say, I mean, really, we could either look into like Hines or I don't know.
How did Destin get healed? Wasn't his wounds unhealable? Like healing magic didn't work on him.
I told you over time he just recovered.
Oh yeah.
We can look into Hines or like I don't know. We can look into the dude with the I don't know what 5 names.
We could look into the new teacher because
No,
the
that too.
husbandry class was where the old evil teacher came from, so maybe something's going on in the husbandry class. Like
That
maybe
is
it has
fair.
old records of the old teacher in there still. We could find information about Mother Jane and maybe Drake Deckard if we go check out the husbandry class.
Yeah, so our options are the dude with too many names, the one dude without a soul drive, and a new dude.
Yeah.
Amp, you got any opinions?
I'd like to check out the VP.
You want to check out? I mean, are we confident we can, if we sneak in, it's not like all according to his predictions?
Well, in his class, it wasn't like perfect sight of the future. It was just like a general like feeling, like with our previous friend Igneos. He saw the frog person that we encountered, but that was all he saw. It's not like he saw any of the context.
I see.
So like if he does have the ability to see like parts of the future, maybe he just sees one of us, but none of the context around what that means.
Alright, sure.
What? It's nighttime now?
You guys are going in at night, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Liv is actually just gonna cast a Pass Without Trace.
Thank you.
Before they enter. As he says, so we all good? Did you take off your armor? Don't put on your armor. We're sneaking around in the school.
Oh, okay.
Why would you
Just
wear
gonna-
your? We're gonna head to bed after this. Why would you keep your armor on?
It's just I'm so used to having it on.
And
All I'm saying,
It's like
being
it's
attacked
habit,
here
man.
isn't the most uncommon thing.
it's habit.
Being attacked in the school isn't the most uncommon thing to happen.
Yeah, we've been attacked in the school multiple times.
sure, but we also know we're doing this just to sneak in, and we're in the school. Why would you have?
Okay.
You guys are talking about this, and before you could take off the armor, you guys hear boom, ching, boom, ching, boom, ching, as it almost sounds like that of footsteps are approaching your way, and followed by the sound of some chains. It is
Okay, well-
time to
Oh.
hide.
Okay, so we're inside.
You are inside, yes, but you barely made it inside it's too far to like go back to the door, but it's not far enough, but it's just close enough to where you guys have a couple of different places you can potentially hide, and you can say whatever you want. A trash can, just into one of the rooms, whatever.
There's a trash can.
There's definitely trash cans.
Okay. I turn into a mimic, and I false appearance into the trash can.
You guys just see as Amp literally saw a trash can and went, copy. And turned into a trash can.
I got
by the
nothing
wall.
else other than doing a disadvantage stealth check, so there we go.
14 on you. Liv literally just sees Amp turn into a trash can and just went, great idea. And hides inside and just literally steps inside the trash can that was once Amp and hides inside that trash can.
Rhonda is just like
Wait, in
standing
Amp?
in place.
He's an empty trash can.
I am an empty trash can.
So, Amp, how does it feel?
How does it feel for him or me?
For Amp, I guess.
Really weird. I don't know.
Just like I don't know why it just sounded funny to me. Anyways, I get what you're doing though.
Rona is just acting like one of those like stands of
you can-
armor,
yeah, you
just
can
like
make your-
standing there.
You can make your roll at advantage.
Who's?
Yep.
Amp.
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
He's the trash.
I can roll. I can roll, but I'm literally indistinguishable from an ordinary object,
Well,
according to the mimic step. Like, I was just
yeah. But trust me when I say there's just roll.
okay.
It
I will
looks
say I
inferior
don't
to
have
you.
the mimic stat block on whatchamacallit, but it's a +5 to my stealth.
Just
Goes for
roll
what
one.
it's on.
Just plus 15 because pass without trace.
And advantage because DM said so.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think you're gonna fail this check anytime soon.
Okay.
If anyone's gonna fail, it's me.
+15.
Yeah, I'm not gonna count that anyway, or count the number. Anyways, time to do a little rolly here.
Well, you gotta beat a 14.
He does not. As you will see coming by past you guys, even with like Corona, where are you hiding? I assume it's not.
I'm kind of just like, I'm like, I saw like a bunch of stands of armor, so I'm just like standing next to them.
Oh yes, next to the smithing club, showing
Yeah,
off their
just
wares.
just standing there. I'm the only one who can actually see what's going on.
Well, the other two, you can obviously see this as you will see as you hear closer and closer getting button, ching, getting closer as you will see an almost spectral like light coming out from this person. This person who appears to be also creating a hefty fog wherever they go, probably from whatever they're smoking a little bit, but you almost feel like it comes off them a little bit more than that, as you will see this basically very, when I say white, I don't mean just the skin color, I mean quite literally white-skinned person with hair that almost matches them, like the skin color themselves, like it's pure white, being that of the longer hair, as well as a almost kind of more dusty get-up of sorts, but almost as if he walks kind of like not like a zombie specifically, but like as if he was a zombie, like he's just kind of going.
Does he have a maiden behind him?
I don't know. He might. You don't
No.
see nothing.
No maidens.
But you will see.
I was making a League of Legends joke because he looks like Yorick a bit.
No maidens. Anyways, you will see that of the chains that are both on his arms and also of the glowing chain from his glowing hand going over his shovel, as that is the ching you were kind of hearing, or not ching, the ching you were hearing earlier, kind of going back and forth as he walks, and he stops by not any of you except for that of Corona, as he like takes a quick turn. He looks almost as if like a Scooby-Doo scene. He goes back and forth as if he's scanning you. He sees like he doesn't specifically see, but it's like he's looking right at you, and he just goes as he lowers his lantern that he had on his side that he was carrying. It's just a small lantern, nothing too special, as he continues on walking basically right past you with what it seems to be, now you can see a bit closer, almost like when I was talking about that zombie-like style, it's almost like there's a permanent limp he has, like in his leg almost. And as basically a minute, 2 minutes go by, you will stop hearing that of the clinking and the sound of his
I'm gonna
sound of his
start trying to
footsteps.
digest. I'm gonna start trying to digest live.
Bruh, why are you doing that? Give it a second. Stop it. Stop trying to eat me.
Are you
Stop
doing it
it.
like in a funny way? Is it tickling him, or are you actually biting into him?
Well, like he's inside of me, so I'm just kind of. It's probably just kind of like some acid, like some like stomach acid, trying to like leaking on him. But
Bruh, this is
in
disgusting.
a funny way. In a funny way.
Bruh.
What's
We're
it
trying to
smell like in the
sneak.
trash can?
Bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably like 5-month-old rotten bunnies.
Oh yeah.
bruh. It's okay though. Liv's gonna step out. Once he feels like it's safe.
Yeah, he's fast.
And you know, as he steps out, whatever stomach acid was on his shoes or body, that was dripping, kind of just disappears because pass without traces literally remove regular traces. You know, if you're like right with him, yeah, he smells rancid. But just a bit behind him, nothing.
Amp,
Just like
so,
stink.
Amp, do you untransform?
From the trash can.
Mac,
Yes, but I'm still a mimic.
still a mimic?
Yeah.
How do you move around as a mimic? Wouldn't that be loud? I mean, I guess you can kind of sneak. Never mind.
Yeah.
You don't have to be specifically like super loud with it. It's just I think it's funny. But you can stay a mimic. Just let me know when you're turning back normal. That's all. With that being said, though, you guys continuing on into the school, where do you want to go?
I think the idea is to go check out the wherever the vice principal, because we wanted to check on the VP to see if there's anything suspicious going on with him. So maybe we check the old VP office, and if he's not there, maybe check the current principal office. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, the vice
Oh, I'm just saying,
the
just
vice
give it to
principal doesn't
me.
have.
Just give it to me one at a time. That's what we're doing.
Right,
VP.
we're heading towards the principal's office because that's where the vice principal's office is now.
I'll just put. I'll put something here. There. I'm just gonna put the rats basically next to under to where you guys are essentially planning to go to. There you go. You guys go into that of the principal's office. Obviously, door's locked. What do you do?
I forgot to bring Dave's tools.
I will say in this place, it's just a regular wooden door.
How loud can we be within Pass Without a Trace?
Oh my god, I forgot to bring Dave's tools.
I'm just gonna say you guys are already like constantly whispering, so take that.
What is it like key lock or is it like the doorknob key lock or is it like what?
I'm gonna look at
yeah, it's like a basic key lock.
Does this door have like a gap underneath it? Like just a tiny little gap? It's like
Flip a coin.
Nah,
Flip a coin, choose.
flip a coin.
That
Heads
would
or
be
tails?
/1 DC, but choose heads or tails. If you're correct, I'll say there's some space.
God damn it. I did it wrong again.
It's 1 DC, but also you gotta call it before you do it.
Yeah, call
Okay.
heads or tails.
Tails never fails!
I don't know if that was tails or not.
You can just click on it. That was tails.
Hey,
space under it.
tails.
Alright. I'm looking at Live or Corona. Do any of them have like a piece of paper on them? Or anything really like small?
Liv has an arrow.
An arrow. Would the gap be big enough for an arrow to fit under it?
I'd say barely.
All right. I point with my tongue to the gap and I turn into the arrow as a mimic.
I'm just like, okay then, and you go, and he just gently slides it in, pokes it through a bit. I think you're good.
As soon as I'm in, I look around as soon as I'm in. Is there anyone in the room?
Nope.
All right, I untransform and unlock the door.
He's going back to normal form.
Wait. You said you're going back to. How are you? What are you turning back into normal form?
What do you mean? What'd you say? Like,
I need an order of operations for a reason. When are you? When are you going back to your normal form?
oh, okay. As soon as I'm in the locked room in the office, because Live slid me under while I was an arrow because I'm a mimic. I turned into an arrow. As soon as I'm in the room, I untransform to unlock the door from the inside.
As you do, you will not notice this, so you will not be making any. My question is, though, live in
Corona?
Live in Corona. What are you guys doing while you're waiting for this?
Well, what's around the vice principal's door, like outside? Is it just like a bunch of lockers or like what?
I think there are lockers just all about the school kind of, and not like specifically like for like people. I think it's more of like equipment lockers if needed. However, the thing looking at the principal's office, it seems to be more of like somewhat of a fancier door comparative to some of the others, but not in like specific. Like you can tell when this was made, it was made for that of like a proud Leonin, because you would like open it up, you could see into the principal's office, but like opening up the door was like all fancy, like all intimidating. Outside of that though, there's probably like a couple of things, not just at the principal's office, but a couple like maybe like weapons, piece of gear sometimes, like maybe even like some trophies, just overall, the stuff that's put up in the glass cases all around the school.
Yeah, I think Corona's just keeping an eye out, making sure that the patrol doesn't catch us off guard.
So you're looking away from the door.
During this time, I suppose if Corona's keeping an eye out, Liv is gonna keep an eye at the door because it's fancy.
Okay. Corona, disadvantage. Liv, advantage, but it's not going to be hard for you at all. Give me perception checks.
Yes, the advantage on top of my advantage.
If it matters, I don't know if it does. Blind sight might help me if there's like a creature within the 30 feet range. Because I'll just see it.
I'm gonna say, for this purpose, it's not gonna work, and for a different reason.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna explain it on his side, so that way maybe when you see when I'm explaining it, why it won't work. Liv, you notice something almost like, and especially with that nat 20 roll, you notice specifically like a little bit of a black ooze coming out from below the door. The only weird thing about this black ooze is you're looking at it like, isn't that amps like ooze that usually goes on the floor and kind of disappears after a bit? And as you look at it, you see it like not just as be like it has a bunch of movement, but like it very fastly, creepily kind of squishes around over into like some like corner, like going into like almost the frames and the woodwork. and it disappears. And the only thing Corona would have heard was the sound of.
I felt that.
Where did it disappear to?
It was like a little. It's like a little like crack into the wall.
I see. Liv will make note of it. In fact, you know how Liv's gonna make note of it? He has some flint and steel. He's gonna take the piece of flint, and he's just gonna basically scratch on some of that dust into by the part of that wall. That way he can just point it out whenever he needs it to be pointed out. Does that make any sense?
What are you doing to the wall?
Taking a piece of flint, and basically, I'm assuming the wall's like stone or wood, right?
Yeah, it's basically pretty much the whole place is made of a mixture of stone and wood.
The crack in the wall, right? By the crack in the wall, he's gonna take his piece of flint from the flint and steel that he got, and he's gonna basically use the flint to mark down the fact that something entered this part of the wall.
Okay, so you're just marking it. Okay.
Yes.
You can mark it, just put it down in your notes or somewhere, but you mark that down, and you were the only person to actually see that. The blind sight did not work, as the reason being is that did not technically register as a creature.
Well, I guess I can at least say that because I heard it.
Yeah, you heard a little, but
Yeah.
that was it going into the wall. Like you didn't see it.
Yeah, I kind of look over towards Lad and I'm like, did you hear that?
Yeah. Don't worry about it for now. We can talk about what that was in a bit.
Okay,
I
well,
will say
whatever
at
it
this
was.
point, Amp does open the door, and the reason why I say you didn't make any check, Amp, is because to you that just it just fell off you like normal, like that was it. You didn't see it.
Oh no. I think I know what this is immediately. You turned into a mimic.
Okay. Yeah, Liv's gonna enter, signal Corona to enter before closing and locking the door behind them.
Yep.
And now that they're inside the principal or vice principal's office, he's gonna go, okay. Stay whispering, but we can probably pretty freely, take a look around here.
Okay.
Oh, and I don't know if I do need to say this. Let's not take anything right now. There happens
We can't
to
leave
be
behind any evidence with pass without trace, right?
You can't leave behind evidence except, the clearest evidence being something is missing.
Yeah, I just meant like fingerprints, or I guess I don't even know if we would know fingerprint evidence exists, but still.
I'll just say there's some types of levels of magic detection and stuff like that, but like not too advanced.
Yeah. Alright. So let's look around for suspicious information.
So the first thing I'll note is in the principal's office, you can already tell it's definitely been re-innovated on the inside to kind of feel like it matches a little bit more to what was the vice principal's sedum to basically be the principal at this point. As you see, this office is kind of decorated a little bit more lavishly in the way of like almost like gothic horror kind of esque. As there are books on the wall, lots and lots of papers that you can see, like papers and scrolls that he has, all kind of somewhat neatly stored, tucked together in different sections of the walls in here. A little back room that leads to a bathroom, if you really wanted. It's a fancy bathroom. But the main thing of this room would be that of basically kind of like two things: that of the desk that he has, where he would probably store a lot of his important stuff, probably maybe in some of the or some of the cabinets in that desk. Maybe even just some of the papers that you kind of can see that on the top. There's even what seems to be a random chest of sorts,
No.
basically in the corner.
No.
Do that information what you will.
And
And a
so-
big globe, because that's what everybody has.
Is there any way for us to test if this stuff is mimic? Because why is there just a chest?
I don't know.
Um,
Why don't you feel free to attack?
Liv is gonna just it's the vice principal's office or principal's office. If they have a mimic, they have a mimic. That's whatever. He is going to first check the chest and check everything else. So let's just is the chest locked? If you just try to open it.
Um, you proceed to go and open it, and you notice immediately when you try to open it that it goes like you can't open it, as if it's locked.
Ah. All right.
Looking at it, it does seem to be another key.
Do we have anything that's as small as a keyhole?
No, actually, we can probably do something better. Liv's gonna go. Hey, Krona.
Hmm?
You wanna hold down this chest for a bit?
Sure.
Being that this is probably somewhat of a regular chest, there's some level of gap between the two sides of the chest, and in that gap is the lock, yeah? Like the physical bit that's locking. Not the locking mechanism. I suppose that's part of that part of the locking mechanism.
What are you saying? Are you asking, can you see inside the chest?
No. Liv's gonna take the blade of grass, and I'm asking, can I fit the blade of grass through the gap so that I can just cut the lock and just the lock?
I'll say you can, but if you do that, it will be obvious damage, as you will not be able to unlock it. Or sorry, you will not be able to lock it again.
Absolutely. Well, wait, no, there is a keyhole. You know what? Before he does that, then, let's search the desk. Is there any key inside the desk?
Yeah. Search the desk.
I will allow one person, with the help
Not me.
with the help action, because I know somebody all going to just be helping, to give me an investigation.
Yeah, I'm definitely not rolling that.
You wanna do that, Amp?
I mean, I can. I think
It's
all of
okay.
our investigations are pretty bad, though.
Yeah, mine's a -1.
Same
Mine
here, brother.
is mine's a +1.
Oh,
Well,
looks like it's you.
Oh yay.
With advantage, though. Oh, you're good.
Hmm. I mean, that's better than the alternative of a 3. So there's that.
A lot of the notes that you were able to find, first and foremost, because I wanted to get through that first, is that a lot of the notes that you would be able to find on the top of the desk doesn't seem to be really that helpful, as it just seems like it's what you would see to be like scores from classes to see how they were doing, to compare them up to maybe some people from the past. Anything else would pretty much just be a bunch of paperwork that was needed for approval for one reason or another. But going through that of the desks, you will see, as you open up one, you will see on the inside a bunch of neatly formed pens, not paper, pens, pencils. Well, I say pens, more like the quill pens. Ink bottles, everything, all the supplies in there. Not really much of interest. Quick, as you go to you go below that, or you go to the one on the left or right. Doesn't matter.
Just go in order from top, bottom, then left, right.
Top, bottom.
So, yeah.
I was gonna say it doesn't really matter because there's only 4, so I just was like up top or bottom. But you go from that one to the one on the opposite side first, then that's on the top. You go and try to open it up, and you feel as you can't really open it up as you see there is a lock on that one.
Cool.
You keep going, going to the one basically below that as you proceed and open it up, and what you can see on the inside post this.
Live. I also have mending. If you do break the lock.
Ooh. Is mending verbal?
It's verbal, somatic, and material.
Okay. We can probably do that as a last resort. Because, you know, that's a minute of just...
Yeah.
I'm putting up a picture here for you guys to see what it is on Discord. I don't have it on my actual Foundry, but essentially it looks like a green and almost kind of like disgusting potion of sorts with that of eyeballs on the inside. I'm not really able to tell what specific kind of eyeballs, but it doesn't look like it belongs in there. More of in the trash than anything, probably. But for some reason, it's kept nicely in there. Even amongst the other things.
Based off of the knowledge that we've gained through our apothecary class, could I try to identify what potion it is?
No. And the reason why is because I would say I would normally let you make a check with most other potions. Not this one. This one is kind of, as I was saying, it's more of a very disgusting potion. You can't even find out what ingredients were used in it.
Is there a false bottom on that door? I'm wondering if they're putting this here to distraction from the trap door.
I assume that my investigation check is like me checking it out as much as I can.
At the moment.
You know,
which is not very high.
I'm still
Seeing
going.
as
I'm
we have
still
a-
going though.
oh, you're still going? Got it.
Yeah, we still have one more drawer, but I wanted to finish up with this drawer first.
Yep. Welcome back.
Hello. Sorry, my phone died on the ride home.
We found a weird potion in the vice principal or in the principal's office.
Fun.
It was green and black and had eyeballs in it.
Who's going to be the one to drink it?
Nobody.
We're currently on that state of, you know, we're looking for things. We're gonna see what's inside everything, but we're not gonna take anything because it's gonna be super obvious that it's been taken.
Yeah, currently we're trying to find a key.
I turn back into the mimic, I turn into the potion, and you drink me.
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you turn into the potion and we do a switcheroo and you just stay there forever.
So
I've been missing all of his classes.
So I wanted to keep going with this. As you're proceeding to keep going through that of the same door we're still in here, as going around the bottle, you can see it just seems to be more basic or general supplies, maybe some random junk that he pretty much would throw in this drawer, from what you can tell.
So no
Cam,
key.
were you saying you wanted to do something here?
No, it was a joke.
Yeah, I'm good. Unless you want to, I want to turn into a mimic to get through the locks again.
I got one.
I didn't find a key.
Still going?
I have one last trick. But before Liv does that, he's just gonna go. Okay, does anybody have any keys on them? No, right?
I would not.
No.
Okay. Please stand by the corners away from the door. Stay still.
There's
I am going to cast a spell. And then I'm going to cast back a Pass Without Trace again afterwards. Is that alright with you?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Do what you gotta do.
Cool. And before Liv does anything, he's going to listen in. Is the footsteps coming back?
make an active perception check based on hearing.
Okay. That would be a 24.
No. There's nobody, and at least there's nobody what you can hear for a good distance outside of you guys.
Cool. Liv knows that he has no keys. He's going to stand in front of the desk. He's going to cast Locate Object E. The nearest key. Because I don't know what key. I've never seen the key up close. Just the nearest key.
So
Where?
it locates you to where that bottled potion is, but underneath that.
There was a
False
small
bottom.
sport on him.
There was a false bottom. Liv
There's a false
will
bottom.
immediately drop Locate Object that was cast with his daily usage, and recast Pass Without Trace. Because this was out of like in character. Liv does this within 12 seconds. He doesn't need to keep, because how the spell works, he doesn't need to focus on the now that I have this up, where's the nearest key? It's just immediate.
Because that is still two different spells verbal, I will ask you guys to make once again a stealth check,
Absolutely.
as you will start to hear the same kind of footsteps you've heard before, but like you don't hear like chains on their way. You will see that of a almost brighter light though coming towards probably that of the doorway, with that of the loud footsteps of the done.
Okay. Good news is the door's still locked. And also good news is Pass Without Trace is now up.
Bad news is I still have disadvantage, but I rolled pretty okay.
22, 17, and 27.
So they have to be the 17. Unless we're taking the average.
You will notice as where are you guys all hiding? If you guys are trying to hide in the room.
Is there a closet?
You said there was a bathroom, so there.
There's a bathroom. I'll say there's a closet.
Hide in the closet.
This is a desk. There's a sitting area. Liv just slides underneath the desk.
Look in the closet.
So as you guys all proceed to hide in your own areas in your own way, you will hear that of someone behind that of the door, as you hear a clink, 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 as you hear the sound of keys being basically jangled as if someone had to pick the right key as you hear.
While they're picking the key, Liv makes sure to close the little drawers.
As you do so, he proceed. I'll say you could do that before he opens it up, but you proceed to go back to hiding as he opens it up. Shoot. Entering in, anybody that's able to kind of see him without like having to like really give yourself away, you will see as that of a somewhat similar kind of shaped person to that of the more ghost-like specter guy from before, except this one carrying that of a very large, I would say almost long sword, but more in the terms of a great sword. It's just more thinner like a long sword. As they appear to have a bright light emanating from them from almost at all times, as they have multiple candles just going on their basically somewhat body more onto the clothes of these raggedy, more, I'd say just more ragged in general, black like clothing, almost representing a little bit more of a church-like faith. And he proceeds to look around in this room.
Question is, does it have to meet it or does it have to beat it?
Oh boy. So, where is everyone hiding once again?
I said the bathroom.
Closet, bathroom, under the desk. So, this guy comes in with the sword, which you are able to hear a slight bit better as he kind of drags a little bit, as he kind of, not like super scraping, but like just enough to where you hear it as he puts it to the kind of like the side of the door, as he proceeds to kind of look around. As he's looking around, he goes over to the closet. He opens up the closet as he looks, as he closes it, as you were on the other side. Then he proceeds to walk over to that of the desk. Or, no, not the desk. Sorry. To the desk. To the desk, and as he goes to the desk, he goes and pretty much starts kind of like looking through like a little bit of the drawers, not specifically looking at you. You're like really hidden and blending in, but you can tell he's like looking in the drawers for something as he proceeds to take out that disgusting looking potion, and he goes as he uncorks it and slurps a little bit of it. Oh, not too much now. Alright. It's good stuff. As he proceeds to put it back, corking, and puts it back into that of the desk, puts it back in, and as he closes it, he will hear that of Corona, who had accidentally pretty much like dropped like a small thing, like a toilet paper, or like a toilet paper roll or something similar, like just basically like went down, and it was towards the bathroom, as anybody that could see this person would see the most horrifying like 60-degree angle turn as he proceeds to get up from the chair with the 60-degree angle turn, and instead of turning his head back to normal, he turns his body back to normal, looking in still the same direction, as he will then proceed to walk towards that of the door of the bathroom.
Liv's gonna take this chance to do a thing. He's going to take out a torch. Just a random torch. Not lit. The door's still open, isn't it?
It's like slightly open. He like close it a little, but not fully.
Yeah, Liv's just gonna, chuck the torch out the door.
Since you're using accuracy, I'll say if you could use your longbow attack. Or attack. That's fine.
Screw it. We'll just shoot my longbow with a fucking torch instead of an arrow.
Yeah, just like, all right.
I mean, if you don't want to use it, I'm not going to force you. You quite
29.
literally go, like with the bow and arrow. You kind of see. You've been doing so much training with Chibi that you haven't even noticed how much you've improved as you proceed to go with the torch going tink 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 down the hallway, rolling as once again after you did that and hit back, you were able to somewhat see as you hear a as you will hear dun 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 as he starts heading that way, taking that of the scraping sword a little bit, picking it up just so slightly, and proceeding out the door, taking a last look behind him and then shutting it. And not like just shutting it, like slamming it. Going.
Does he lock it?
Yeah, he would lock it. But he is curious
Ooh.
about the noise, so he's quickly locking it and then proceeds on to wherever that noise was as you hear the going away.
Okay, guys, coast is clear. I'm gonna get the key now.
Corona comes out of the basement completely covered in toilet paper, like, I don't know how this happened. I slipped.
Amp, you good?
You have a big old thumbs up.
Cool. And Liv opens the drawer with the potion, brings the potion, puts it on top of the desk, and brings out the false bottom to get the key. Does he know how? He doesn't, so not really, so he's just like kind of tapping around, trying to figure out a way to trigger it, slide it past, whatever.
What are you doing?
The false bottom that Liv takes the potion out, puts it on top of the desk so that he can move the false bottom.
Oh, yeah. You can do that with ease. It's just the key that you pick up.
Cool. He's gonna slide the false bottom back on, put the potion back in, close the thing, open up the chest, or open up the other drawer, whichever thing this key opens.
What do you try?
We're gonna try
Let's do
the
the
other
desk
drawer
first.
first.
The desk?
Mm-hmm.
You put the key into the desk as you kind of hear a faint click as you have opened it.
Let's open this up. What's inside?
Let's go.
Revealing on the inside of here seems to be a couple of essentially test answers. Test answers to that of certain things that you guys had done, like that of the exams. There's a potential this might come in handy later if we were to, per se, take it at all, if you really wanted to go that route. But I will also
Liv
say,
thinks.
next to all the papers there, you will also see, I'm going to post this in Discord because once again I don't have it in Foundry at the moment, especially because I don't know if you guys are planning to do anything with it, but you will see that of a basically very fancy looking spectacles, one that shows the shapes and colors of a multitude different arrays, purple, blue, red, light blue, not knowing specifically what it does, but it does look quite fancy and potentially magical.
The urge to take it is strong, but we can't afford to.
He's tempting us, man.
We can't afford to take any of this stuff right now.
Liv says, okay, we'll come back here another night to get those test answers. We don't touch the glasses for obvious reasons, yeah?
Obvious reasons, yes. Let's look
And
at
he's
the
gonna-
chest.
And he's gonna close the drawer and lock it back up and try the key on the chest.
The key on the chest does not work.
Okay.
Okay, now put the key back where it
Yeah.
goes.
Liv's gonna put the key back because it's the key.
you guys hear something. Ching, ching. As you almost hear what sounds to be like almost the sound of something going on the door, almost as if someone's trying to like open it, but after hearing it for just a few seconds, you think someone's about to come in. You guys need to give me once again another stealth check.
Still plus 10, right?
Yep.
The 12 is so crazy.
But it's plus 10, so.
No, that's
Mine
after
too.
that's Corona's.
I added the 10 already to mine, though.
Wow.
I got it too.
So
Corona is not meant for this mission. Absolutely not.
So here's the funny thing for you guys, as what you hear for after you hear like someone else is gonna come in, it didn't sound like they were super loud. It didn't sound like any of the other people. As you're confused at first, you hear a kind of like as you feel like the door has just been lockpicked open. As opening up from the door, you will see that of two people. One, that of Slithers. And two, that of Yorin. As Yorin, obviously being the one that has opened up the door, they proceed to basically go into the room. And now, I'm going to give them and make them do some checks to see if they see any of you guys.
Slithers and Yorin. I mean, they gotta be the 12. Oh, okay. Okay.
They are focused on their mission. Whatever that may be, who knows? But they proceed on in looking around. They haven't noticed any of you, especially with the fact that you guys are definitely hiding, but they definitely proceed to do the same thing. They lock the door behind them, and then they proceed to start looking through some things and start proceeding to try to look through the desk. And now at this point, it's whatever you guys want to say. What do you want to do?
Are they looking separately or are they looking together?
The room isn't big enough to really look separately, but they're looking in different areas.
Right. But my point is, are they both looking at the closets and the chest, or is it the chest and the desk type of deal?
In specific, they would have looked at maybe some of the papers and the books in the walls, but mostly they're looking through the desk.
The moment Liv notices it's the other two, it's those two, and they look away from him, he's just gonna mouth, "Don't move," and wait for them to leave before he goes back to his hiding spot.
Yeah. I'm definitely
just,
watching if they're gonna take anything, though. I want to see what they take if they do.
Yeah, I want to see if they find the spectacles and the test answers.
So, if you're just waiting, then I'll tell you how it happens. You will hear as they're kind of making a little bit whispers to themselves, so not really be heard, but it's not hard for you guys because you guys are essentially next to them with them not being able to notice. Is that they're at, let me put back up the picture so I can actually read it. There we go. To be that of Slithers and Yorn. Basically, as Slithers goes, come on, we gotta be places. We're not trying to get caught. As Yorn's like, just hold yourself. We're looking for very specific information. I thought you cared about this. Listen, I do care, buddy. Look, I just prefer if we don't get in trouble for something that would probably be very ridiculous to some. As you see Yorn gets upset for a second as he like he's basically slams down, but he doesn't like actually fully force. He's just like a small slam as he's like, no, this is important to me. Don't act like it's not. This is about more than just this stupid school. I want to know what happened to my father. As so there's this like, all right, man. I just was saying, let's just try not to get in trouble, all right? I know. Now come on, we gotta look for any information we can. As they proceed to essentially look through, and I will say that going through, looking through the desk, they will end up finding somewhat of the same answers, the easy kind of get through, as Yoren being somewhat of a rogue himself, as you can obviously tell now. He knows his way around, especially with the fact of the matter is he proceeds to find something, that to be of the test papers that you guys had found before. And as he looks through some of the test papers, he's trying to look for more specific paperwork. As so there's this like, whoa, man, you can't just be going through all that, right? Like, at least let me see. And he's like, we're not here for this. The mission. My father. Right. All right. I'm just saying, if you remember a few of those answers for later. The mission. All right. As they proceed on, as Slithers proceeds to look now more further into the rest of the room, while Yorn is going through the papers, going through a couple of other things, as he will open up the only desk spot that you guys didn't get to open up because we didn't get to it, we went past it. Was it the fourth one at the bottom right? As he opens that one up, as he looks through, and he sees pretty much a bunch of different assortment of not just papers, of what seems to be more of like construction papers, somewhat that of like the school, of you can almost tell from a distance, but none of you can quite get a good glance on it unless you specifically went up to them. But as he looks through it, he just kind of like looking through for a couple different things. Here, I think I found something. Is it a good something? Because I think I hear someone on their way. As everyone will start to hear that of the tink, clink, tink, clink.
Surely they don't have the ideas to hide where we hid.
Yeah, surely they don't try to hide right next to this completely still stand of armor.
They're like,
Oh, closet.
as he's gonna say, it's very likely that he won't need this. We're gonna be using it. As he takes the blueprints with him, as you see, he'll go over to one of the walls that essentially has that of a bunch of books. He's gonna look very quickly as he pulls a couple, like 3 different books. As you will see, it kind of shifts a little bit open as he's like, come on, we're not trying to get caught now. And Slithers is like, hey, I'm all for secret entrances now.
I'm remembering what books he pulled.
I mean, that's completely up to you. I will say, if you want to stay or if you want to follow, this is going to be a choice up to you all, because you will hear a couple more footsteps, aka the other person also on their way. So take the risk at your own pace.
Liv is assuming that they're not looking at him. He's gonna signal for the 3 of us to stay. And, keep a close eye on which books they pull, if I can see them.
Yeah, anybody could have really saw them unless you were in a different room, aka like the bathroom.
This time I was not in the bathroom because I don't want to get covered in toilet paper again.
I will say, they went through, and if you don't plan to follow, that thing does close soon. And as soon as that closes, it's also going to be the same time as those doors are probably going to be opened. So that's why I was saying, make whichever choice you want to make.
Oh, you know, as that door is closing, right? Liv is actually gonna slide a torch towards the gap. Mainly because he'd rather not have the security search this room, but instead search towards the two people who were sneaking by doing something else. Is that possible?
Gaslighting 101.
Yes, gaslighting.
I'm trying to think. I don't know if a torch would stop it, so I'm trying to think of the force it applies.
It's not meant to stop it. It's meant to make it so that it's obvious that they went through it. So if it crushes it, that's just as good.
Yeah, because I'll definitely say I think if you do that, it'll crush it. But if you crush it, that might. So here's the thing. It's like kind of like half and half. You don't know if they know or not, if that's this actual entrance or not. Even if they did, they would have to find out how to get through it. Would they not?
They would have to figure out how to get through it. Well, actually, the real question is, you said it barely opened, right? When they pulled the 3 bits.
Yeah, so it kind of like, it didn't go like full halfway. It went more of like a third of the way. Like you could kind of slide through a little bit.
Right, so I assume if it closes, it's a pretty gentle close because it was a pretty silent open.
Half and half. It was like a little bit of noise. It was kind of like, but not like super audible.
Then my alternative is rope. While the rope would still be crushed, just a quick tug would just open it back up.
Okay. I'll say if you want to throw the rope, you can.
Yeah, I'll just trash my rope. The rope's there as bait for the security.
And with that, I want everybody here once again to roll me a stealth check with the same checks you guys have been doing. As you will see,
I mean, since I'm trying to be a stand of armor, can I roll performance instead of stealth?
Nope. But I will say these. You guys still have passed that trace. You guys basically are pretty good on that.
No, not 43, 33. Whoops.
Unless you're me, because I got a fucking 13.
Oh, you got a 13
Corona.
out of 23. Whoops.
Yep. Corona sucks. At stealth.
It's okay.
I should have just gone through.
Oh
Yes.
boy. Corona. Actually, I won't say that specifically. I will say, as the doors have opened up, they will see. You will see as that of both the man with the lights and the man with the smokes and the chains, both entering on in as they heard a bit of noise at this point from everything that's been going on in general. And looking around, they don't see anybody in too specific until they see that of an armor piece, almost seeming like an armor piece with a mannequin inside, almost looking at it a little bit closer like a breathing mannequin, as you will see which one is. As you will see, Light still somewhat looking around in general, but Lights. Lights. I say Lights because he's got all the lights. Going towards that of the rope and pretty much kneeling down, looking at that of the rope, seeing that this is something, but right faced basically to your face as Corona, you will get a big puff of smoke.
Just gonna stand still, hold my breath, just not breathe, not blink, just stay completely still.
He proceeds to kind of like basically stare you down a bit as he's like, how long you plan to keep that up? As he gives another big smoke puff in your face, as it's almost as if almost there's a potential you still have to maybe go full bore into the mannequin, but you got to give me a Constitution saving throw considering he's just blowing smoke in your face.
Now saving throws are where I'm good, except apparently fucking not.
I'll let you make a choice. You can lose half your health, but you can keep it in. Or you can cough, let it all out.
We'll be getting a long rest after this, surely.
Maybe.
Surely we won't have a fight.
Half your health being gone then, as you keep to yourself, as you will hear that of Lights from the side of him. He goes, hey, place, let's go. As again, like with like a creepy turns whenever they look at each other, as he goes, as he proceeds with that last smoke in your face, as he looks back at you, as you haven't made any bit of movement, as he's like, lifelike. As he basically spits on your shoe and proceeds to follow that of Lights, as he proceeds to kind of point to this area here, to the rope and everything, saying like there's a place here, as that of the guy with the chains is like, move, as he proceeds to literally kick right open that of the door, kind of like doorway of sorts, secret entrance of sorts, to be now, instead of what it was like facing normally, it's now sideways, so that way you can kind of walk in on either left or right side into it, but like going, but they basically pretty much just proceed to go in towards there. Honestly, because he kicked it kind of probably broke it a little bit, so it doesn't like automatically go back or anything. But with that, they proceed to go on in further, going past all of you. And for now that you hear no more sounds of that of the footsteps, the chains. Yeah, I was gonna say you start letting it all out.
God, what the fuck was that guy smoking? Jesus Christ.
Liv just goes, nice, and takes back his rope.
Oh no, they took the rope with them.
Oh, they took the rope with them? Okay, neat. Never mind then. Liv just goes, nice.
Well, you know, they
Gaslighting
stole
101.
something, so if we steal stuff, they'll think they stole it.
Or, they get caught. So, you know how they broke the door?
Yeah?
You guys want to break the lock?
Fuck it.
Amp, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah, Liv's just gonna break the lock on the chest
Using the grass sword.
using the grass sword.
And Corona will help because she has used this weapon before and also can just hold the
So
chest open a
you
little bit.
proceed to open up that of the chest. We're kind of like, basically in doing so, not really like breaking the sword, but making it kind of like almost damaged a little bit. But still opening up that of the chest. You will reveal to see as there is a decently large-sized brain in a jar in this chest. And that is where we will end today's session.
I have a feeling I know whose brain that is.
We'll see everybody next time.
Where's my